hear me roar.
All right, welcome. Today is Tuesday, January 11th, and a meeting of the Salem-Keizer School Board is called to order. Due to ongoing securities concerns, we are holding this meeting virtually. Our goal is to return to in-person board meetings, and we're trying to determine how to have in-person board meetings in the safest way possible. To take roll, I see all board directors present. So, hello, everybody. Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Welcome and bienvenidos to the Salem-Keizer School Board meeting. At all times, whether we meet in person or virtual as we are tonight, we strive to be inclusive, respectful, and welcoming to our students, staff, educators, administrators, board members, and all community members. We welcome people of all genders, people of African descent, Black African American, Asian descent, Arab descent, European descent, those who identify as Hispanic, Latinx, people indigenous to this land, and people of mixed and multiple descents. Languages spoken in our communities are welcome: Spanish, English, indigenous languages, sign language, Chuukese, Somali, Russian, Chinese, Vietnamese, and many more. People with disabilities, visible or invisible. People of all religions, believers in all faiths or creeds. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, heterosexual, pansexual, queer, or others for whom none of the labels fit. Survivors. Your emotions, joy, bliss, grief, rage, indignation, contentment, disappointment, your families, genetic and otherwise. Our veterans who proudly served and are currently serving our country. Our elders, those here in this room and space in our lives, and those who have passed away. Yes, and finally, I'd like to welcome the ancestors who lived in this land where we live and work. Welcome the spirits of the Santiam, Kalapuya, Siletz, and Grand Ronde. The natives who lived in this area before the Europeans came, welcome y bienvenidos. At this time, I'd like everybody to stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Paul, I see you have your hand up. Do you have something?
It was a mistake. Sorry about that.
No worries. Okay, there are no agenda modifications today. So we'll move on to agenda item number 2, Spotlight Success. Superintendent Perry, would you like to take over?
All right, good evening, Chair Vila, members of the board. It's great to see you all tonight, even though it's virtually. First of all, we have some fabulous spotlights tonight, and we have a number of guests on the line. So the first spotlight, we'd like to take a few minutes to recognize our special guest we have with us tonight. Salem City Councilor Vanessa Nordyke is here, and she's going to share the iLead Impact Awards with you tonight. And so Councilor Nordyke, if you want to turn on your camera, and our couple of spotlights want to turn on these, I'll let you take it away. Oh, sorry, one more thing. We are working really hard on the Spanish translation channel. And if we could do our best to slow down and let our interpreters be sure that they're keeping up with us. So thank you, everyone. Good to see you, Councilor Nordyke. I wish it was in person.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Perry. Bienvenidos a todos. Me llamo Vanessa Nordijk y yo soy una concejal para la ciudad de Salem. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vanessa Nordijk, and I'm a counselor with the city of Salem. Y también tengo un trabajo como una abogada para el estado de Oregón, el Departamento de Justicia. And also, I have a job as a lawyer at the Oregon Department of Justice. Thank you all for being here. And if I may, I'm going to say, go Saxons. I am a proud South Salem High School graduate. Yes, very good. I also went to Salem Heights Elementary and Judson Elementary. So wonderful to see you all and to be back here. But this is your night, so let's get to our awards. The iLead Impact Awards are presented annually by the City of Salem's iLead Youth Committee to celebrate the great work being done in our community around youth leadership development, health promotion, and overall well-being. There are 2 awards, the Youth Impact Award and the Adult Impact Award. At this time, I would like to congratulate SKPS educator Peter Sepulveda from McKay High School for receiving the Adult Impact Award. The Adult Impact Award recognizes an individual, group, program, or organization positively impacting the lives of teenagers in a significant way. McKay principal Renee Queering raved that, quote, Peter provides support that improves leadership development in teens and spends countless hours mentoring and working with students to build connections with the McKay community. As an educator, he has fostered strong relationships with many different community groups that support the growth and development of individual students. Peter shares his passion for music and people by giving his time and skill to students, and he is an inspirational educator. Thank you, Peter, for investing in the next generation of leaders and for supporting McKay students. Wonderful. Now then, I'd like to recognize Dara Elkina, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Dara is the student recipient of the Youth iLead Impact Awards. The Youth iLead Impact Award recognizes a young leader who significantly impacts the Mid-Willamette Valley and beyond. Dara is involved in many of South Salem High School's extracurricular activities, including Best Buddies, where she is the founding president, and the Student Equity Committee, just to name a few. Dara inspires her peers through her positive attitude and dedication to improving the mental health of Salem-Keizer public school students and staff alike. Thank you, Dara, for your service, your leadership, and the example that you are setting to teens who work to improve our world by the impact that you are making in your school community, neighborhood, Salem, and beyond. You inspire your peers to make the world a better place, and big in small ways. When asked to describe Dara, South Salem principal Lara Tiffin, my former swim coach, I might add, said, quote, students and staff alike can count on her for a huge smile, a supportive note, and a positive boost. Peter and Dara, on behalf of the City of Salem and the iLead Youth Committee, I want to give a final thank you y muchísimas gracias for the positive impact you bring to our community, your schools, and each individual you come to work with. We are so proud to have both of you as our 2021 Impact Award honorees. Thank you.
Before they go off, Grace, I think you know both of these spotlights really well. Do you have a word you'd like to say about either one of them? I just want to give you a chance.
I'll say a word. I'll make it quick though, because I know we have a ton of stuff. Dara, I know we're the same age, but I do look up to you. I'm not kidding. When she comes into a room, it's like it's literally like sunshine. Like she's always positive. She always has like great ideas. Like some of them can be a little bit crazy, but like we need that. We need Dara. Everyone needs a Dara in their lives. And then for Mr. Sepulveda, who I just have been with the entire day, basically. I mean, he has this commitment to choir that I've never seen before. I've seen him leave the class to go get students from lunch and get students involved in singing. He gets people he would never think want to be in choir into choir. So I appreciate that about him. And I appreciate that he's always trying to keep students engaged and make sure that we feel welcome.
Thank you, Grace. I would echo your comments about both of them. So thank you to both of you, and we appreciate you. All right, our next spotlight is going to be presented by Principal Bridget West of Hoover Elementary School. Principal West, if you want to jump on and have our spotlight recipients turn their cameras on as well, we'll go on to you.
Stephanie and Chris, are you there? And the Vice President? Okay. Good evening, Chair Avila, board members, and Superintendent Perry. I would like to take the next few minutes to honor the student leadership team at Sprague High School, represented by ASB Vice President Delaney Ware. I hope I said that right. As well as their teacher advisors, Stephanie Atkinson and Chris Trammell. For more than a decade, Sprague students and teachers have delivered holiday gifts and baskets to our students at Hoover Elementary. Students and teachers at Sprague donate gifts, money, lots of time to organize and wrap over 400 gifts so that every single student at Hoover receives a full gift bag of toys for the holiday season. They also put together additional resource bags to give to our school for families in particular need. These bags include items like toothbrushes, coats, and school supplies. Sprague teachers each adopt a Hoover classroom and work to collect and organize gifts for that classroom. Sprague staff volunteer many hours to ensure that there are enough gifts for each Hoover student, even the ones that are gone. Then Activities Director Stephanie Atkinson brings the final details together and organizes the distribution of gifts. On Sprague Day, which we like to call it here at Hoover, the Sprague leadership students travel across the district to deliver the gifts and spend time with our elementary students. They lead a craft activity and read a holiday theme book to the kids. Although this relationship may seem odd, as Hoover is not one of Sprague's feeder schools, this year's long tradition is a true testament to the power of community and connection with our district. I know the students at Sprague truly feel the desire to give back to those in our district. It's a great reminder for our young adults to see the importance of connecting with others and giving back. The joy on the kids' faces always changes our students' lives, and they come back more empathetic and full of joy. And it's my favoriteest day of the year. Thank you.
It's so true, Principal West, and such a long tradition. And it's a highlight in the district every year too. So thank you, Sprague advisors and the students. We really appreciate you. You're such a light to our Hoover students.
And they love having the old kids, and we get to recruit and see who's going to come join our Salem-Keizer community of teachers.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we've actually had some teachers that have said that's part of why they went into the profession, that kind of sparked them.
It was good. It's a fun day.
A fun day. All right. Our next spotlight is presented by Chris Moore, our coordinator of multi-tiered systems of support. Sorry, I'm not speaking clearly for some reason tonight. Mr. Moore, you're on.
Good evening, Chair Avila, board members, and Superintendent Perry. I'd like to take the next few minutes to honor Allison Silbernagel, our elementary school counselor program associate. Allison is a tireless advocate for staff well-being and has taken it upon herself to seek training in a staff support group called Happy Teacher Revolution. The Happy Teacher Revolution aims to build mentally healthy educators who can subsequently build emotionally healthy students. She began working with the Happy Teacher Revolution in 2019 as the school counselor at Hallman Elementary. In the fall of 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, Allison extended this support even further to EDGE staff throughout the school year. Then, in the fall of 2021, she became our elementary counselor program associate and has continued to advocate for the growth of Happy Teacher Revolution in our district. Allison is currently offering Happy Teacher Revolution support to school counselors. And now that she's an official trainer, she's very excited about helping grow this opportunity with 25 people who have already expressed great interest so that staff can feel, deal, and be real with one another about the work educators are so passionate about. Staff well-being is the foundation of our ability to positively affect others. We're human beings first. And when educators are given the opportunity to feel seen, heard, understood, and safe to be honest about the challenges and the rewards of being an educator, they're happier and more effective. Allison makes sure adult mental health and well-being are a priority, and she looks forward to growing our support for educators so we can retain the healthiest staff and recruit the healthiest staff for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Allison. I heard one of your seminars on the Happy Teacher Revolution with Principal Brendan that was last year. So I just want to thank you for your leadership and for your care for the adults in the system. We know it takes all of us, and we haven't solved it, but every dent we make in it, and you're making huge ripples in that. So thank you very much for your leadership. All right, with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations on being recognized and all the hard work that you all do and put into it. We wouldn't be the district that we are without your input and your energy to make every day a positive day. So we'll introduce the public comment portion of the meeting. Just as a reminder, we have both Zoom and phone callers today. We will allow 45 minutes to hear public comment. We will focus first on callers with comment on specific board action items and get to others as time allows. Each caller has 3 minutes with an additional 3 minutes for a translation if needed. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. For everyone to better understand the length of each call, we've added a countdown timer to the screen. The timer counts down for 3 minutes. From 3 minutes at 30 seconds, it turns from green to yellow. At 1 second, it turns red and plays a short bell to signal time is up. This is a new mechanism, so we ask for your understanding as we learn how it works. Please be mindful of your pace for our interpreters. Before we get to callers, we'll have our Director of Community Relations and Communications, Ms. Sylvia McDaniel, read the summary of written public comment received. As a reminder, all board members received the written comment, which will be posted to the website along with the summary tomorrow. Ms. Sylvia McDaniel, please get started.
Yes, thank you, Chair Avila, Superintendent Perry. Folks watching tonight, we have 24 comments, written comments on the proclamation, Howard Street Agreement Renewal, need for a second vice chair, mass vaccine mandates, metal detectors, sense of belonging data, and board member behavior. Proclamation, parent and guardian engagement in education. All writers support this proclamation. They want the school to focus on academics. Most feel parents have been pushed out of schools and not allowed to volunteer or observe because of COVID regulations. All feel they know their child better than school staff and also feel parents need to actively engage in the education process with staff. Most writers want the curriculum to be easily obtained, don't understand why it is so difficult to see. Many writers were very concerned about sentences and words that were left out of the proclamation in comparison to the previous one. Howard Street Agreement Renewal. Writers were in support of this. Only positive things to say about Howard Street. Would also like to see funding increased. Need for a second vice chair. Writer does not support this, believes board members should not take the job if they are unable to give their undivided attention to it. Mass vaccine mandates. Writers do not support this. Most comments regarding mandates were in conjunction with the proclamation. All feel they know their child best and can properly assess if a mask or vaccine is needed. Please use facts when determining mandates. Metal detectors. Writers feel strongly that metal detectors would, at the very least, keep most weapons from entering the school building. Students know there is a metal detector would be all it takes in most cases. Writer does not believe this will 100% fix the issue, but would be a huge factor to limit the number of weapons coming into the building. Sense of belonging data. Writer noticed that white students have the least sense of belonging according to the 2019-21 data that was viewed. Wonders why the district is not questioning this or provided reasons why this is happening. Board member behavior. A few of the writers commented that Director Chandra Giri is attending, promoting far-right group gatherings, and is the key speaker at some of these events. Writers also commented that he was at these events without a mask. Director Hyan was also noted as an attendee at some of the same events without a mask. Writer believes the sentiments that are repeated at these meetings and the documentation that is passed out go against the board's resolution for commitment to equity and anti-racism. And that is a summary.
Thank you very much. Emily, can we get the first caller on the line?
Yep, I am admitting them now. Give them a second to join the meeting. And our first speaker is Christy Tomlin. Christy, are you able to unmute to provide your comment? Looks like we're having trouble hearing.
Okay. Now try unmuting.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now. Go ahead and get started, and just mindful of our translators.
I'm Christy Tomlin, former Salem-Keizer teacher of 16 years, and I have taught and coached nearly 8,000 students at McNary West and North since 2001. Christy Perry believes a community that works together can provide the highest level of education and care for students. Direct quote. She is correct, and parents by far make up the overwhelming community voice and bulk of support for our students. I am a trained educator, literacy expert, and school volunteer, but I am first and foremost the primary educator of my own children, and I deserve to be at the decision-making table as the law allows. ORS 329125. I have worked with school staff and teachers to ensure an excellent education for all children, but I've found this increasingly difficult, secretive, political, and oppositional as a parent. Opt-out forms are vague, materials are not readily available, content is not able to be previewed, and assessments, rubrics, and academic feedback is scant. I now see Salem-Keizer mired in an atmosphere of lowered standards. I see a reduction of opportunity and rigor with policies like embedding, removal of honors courses. I see families are facing an egregious amount of lost learning, 35 to 40% of lost instructional time over the last 24 months, and 3 more lost days just now stolen from kids. I see a culture of permissive Salem-Keizer policies like restorative justice, removal of behavioral standards, enabling violence and destructive learning. I see politically charged content, sexualized adult content, CSE, CRT now popping up in all content areas and trickling into primary classrooms. It is imperative that parents partner with schools and the school board and are respected in protecting their own children and ensuring academics are first in the classroom. ORS 336035 protects parental rights to guide the education, moral standards, religious beliefs, and citizenship of their own children. This is a drastic shift and spiral that I have observed with a bird's eye view directly from the classroom, within the system, and as a parent. We have been shut out of buildings and classrooms for years as parent partners. It's time to unite and work together as community. It is time for transparency. In this crisis of lost learning, open the classroom doors to trained experts and parent volunteers and former teachers. Our children have lost enough. Do not put them back on black screens and tech devices, which we know has been the most grave, irreparable harm to this generation of students. The Student Investment Act allocates 50% of the earmarked funds, which is $1.7 billion, which is almost all unspent, to these things. Number 1, expanding instructional time, not cutting it. Number 2, addressing health and safety, reducing class sizes, and
Thank you, Christy.
All right, our next caller is Mandy. Mandy is on the line, and to unmute, you do *6.
Hi there.
Hello, go ahead and get started.
Me? Okay. My name is Mandy Breitenstein, and I'm a former Salem-Keizer teacher. I left my career in the district in October because of vaccine mandates, and I'm here today in strong support of the revised verbiage of the Parents' Rights Proclamation. Members of the board, as we consider the role of parents in education this evening, I would like to respectfully submit that it is not parents who need to be invited to participate in the education of our children. Rather, it is we who have invited you as the school board and the public school system into that participatory partnership role. The public schools exist to participate in the education of our children under the wise stewardship of the only adults who have been unequivocally and profoundly given that responsibility, their parents. To confuse that role is a backwards and dangerous interpretation. Students in our schools are drowning this year. We have an unprecedented achievement gap coupled with an alarming rise in explosive classroom behaviors and the devastating reality of the rising psychological trauma and mental illness. Last week, the district averaged between 40 and 50 vacancies for licensed classrooms. If we do that math, we can estimate over 1,000 students in our district were without a known licensed teacher to guide their learning. Members of the board, your policies and your mandates have played with fire this year, and now our children are being burned. You forced out dedicated licensed teachers and support staff over a mandated vaccine for a virus that many of our staff had a documented immunity to. You said this was for the kids. Today, your fully vaccinated and boosted workforce is inundated with COVID cases, and you are clearing COVID positive staff to return to work with students 5 days after their test result. Why? Because you don't have enough educators to put in classrooms full of our kids. And now this failure is digging deeper roots as you are not so subtly preparing to shut down our schools and return our already vulnerable learners to Zoom. This is an absolute tragedy. I have 14 years of teaching experience, a master's degree in education, and a passion for kids that you have no use for in Salem-Keizer because I'm not vaccinated. Despite spending every day in an environment where there are no masks and no mandates, I'm also not sick. Is this still about the kids? That should be an uncomfortable question for you to sit with tonight. This absolute breakdown in our public school system should come as no surprise when we systematically dismantle and create policies and mandates that devalue and fail to recognize the most important decision makers in the lives of our students are not the members of this board. Those paramount voices do not belong to the state of Oregon. Those voices belong to each and every parent that has been charged with the unique stewardship role that each individual child needs. Members of the board, in closing, I encourage you to adopt this proclamation affirming the paramount role of parents as decision makers, and I encourage you today to abruptly pivot, shift direction, hear us as we sound this alarm, and partner with us as parents as we entrust you with the gift of our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Our next caller is Tracy. Tracy, are you able to unmute and begin your comment? And Tracy, if you're able to either unmute or turn on your camera so we can verify that you are there.
Do you want to try going to the next caller and come back to?
Sounds great. Give me 1 second and I will have them join our meeting. Okay, our next caller is going to be Jenny McGuire. Jenny, are you able to unmute?
No, Jenny either.
Nope, Jenny is here, but there we go. Oh, we saw her for a second there.
Okay. Hello, Jenny.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, go ahead and get started. Just a reminder, the pace that you speak at for our translators.
Superintendent Perry and school board directors. My name is Jenny McGuire and I'm a former Salem-Keizer behavior specialist. I've returned tonight to speak to you with regards to the Parent Rights in Education Proclamation. I am in full support of this proclamation as it's an effort to acknowledge and honor the sacred right of parents as their child's first educator, lifelong teacher, and advocate. Schools are heavily dependent on parents to volunteer, organize, raise funding, and collaborate for the benefit of their child and the school community at large. They are counted on to reinforce and uphold standards of behavior, support discipline, and provide an extension of learning or accommodations at home. Parents are expected to be available and willing participants at a moment's notice and to come to the table as problem solvers and team players when specific needs arise. Parent signatures are required for just about everything a school would wish to do, which indicates that parents are very much necessary and obligated to participate in their child's education. Over this past year, parents have been expected more than ever to shoulder the burden of their child's education. Schools did not ask, they required that parents provide the classroom, organization, management, time, and one-on-one support for their child's learning. Parents were expected to modify work schedules, pay out of pocket for sitters or tutors, rearrange their homes to create learning spaces, invest in furniture and supplies, learn curriculum, and support technology unlike ever before. Our district expected it, and many parents, though reluctant, rose to the challenge. This proclamation is a living, binding document that requires the district to acknowledge, encourage, engage with, respect, and support the role of parents as advocates for their children. And this starts now. Listen to us when we say, keep schools open. Do not send kids back to virtual learning. Do not disrupt and dilute their instruction. Parents have had enough, and this generation can no longer afford to lose access to quality instruction. Testing has revealed the horrific deficit of learning that resulted from CDL last year. Distance learning has proven that it is not a viable option, especially for our low socioeconomic and minority communities who are the least likely to afford keeping a parent at home as a primary educator. We cannot say that we pride ourselves on representing BIPOC communities equitably when decisions are made that absolutely set them up to fail. According to our statewide report card for the 2021 school year, 45% of American Indian students were chronically absent, as were 40% of our Black students, 36% of our Latino students, and 47% of our Pacific Islander students. and almost 30% of all students statewide were chronically absent. This is irrefutable evidence that distance learning, especially for our BIPOC community, is not equitable and does not work. I implore you, Superintendent Perry, to not consider distance learning as an option for Salem-Keizer. Instead, better effort would be spent pushing back on vaccination mandates and discriminatory accommodations that have forced qualified and experienced educators, like myself, out the door. Advocate that our schools stay open by staffing them. Bring employees back. Stop treating unvaccinated citizens and give them a reason not to quit. Doing so will keep our schools staffed, open, and our students learning.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Next caller, please.
We just also have a reminder about speaking slowly for our interpreters. I got a text reminder.
Yes, thank you.
All right, it looks like we got Tracy back on the line. So Tracy.
You're muted, Tracy. Tracy, you're still muted.
Okay, here we go.
There you go.
Okay. Hello, Superintendent Perry and school board directors. My name is Tracy Pratt, and I'm a resident of the Salem-Keizer School District. I come before you today as a concerned parent. I would like to speak to you regarding the Parents' Rights Proclamation. Parents are the first and primary educator of their own children and deserve to be at the decision-making table as per the law. I and so many other parents genuinely want to work with our schools and our school district, our school board, our staff, and our teachers. And considering what our children have been through these past couple of years and the current crisis in our schools, one would think this would be a much welcome strategy. I've been collecting information on school safety, curriculum, equity, and the like, and had planned to speak deeper on those topics. But this morning, when thinking about the importance of parent engagement, it became clear that I just needed to speak from my heart. I could throw all sorts of data at you, but honestly, I would find it surprising if you did not already know all of that information. I would like to believe and trust that we do all want the same outcome for all youth, for them to have every opportunity available to excel. We just have different ideas and ways how to get there. My two high school boys actually no longer attend public high school, as we decided to unenroll them at the end of last summer. Why did we do this when they were so close to the end, a senior and a sophomore? Because their academic education mattered to them. They have put the work in for so many years and have goals that require them to be equipped with the proper skills for life after high school, going to college, and into careers where they want to be productive adults contributing to society. Last year, my oldest took several AP classes, but in all but one of them, the teacher said not to bother signing up for the test because there's no way that they would be able to cover the subject matter that would be on it. Now, even those opportunities for honors and AP classes are not available to my sophomore. So this year, my boys are thriving. Did they want to change schools? Of course not. It was the last thing my husband and I wanted for our boys, but we lost all confidence in them being prepared for their future. And we certainly did not want to risk my son having to do any of his senior year from his bedroom. I'm speaking this evening because I do genuinely care about every single child in this community, not just my own. My kids aren't even in public school anymore. Our public school children are behind. We must work together to get academics back on track. Schools must stay open. We must bring back teachers, staff, and volunteers who were let go because of these mandates. Our educators must put the focus back on academics with no distractions. Let parents set the values with the children. We are the ones that get to set the narratives in their lives. This is why we work together. Will you please pass the parent proclamation, and then let's get down to business and work together. There are so many parents that want to be involved. They want to help you. We keep hearing you are busy, staff and teachers are overwhelmed. Let us help you. Some of the best days were working alongside my children's teachers, assisting, supporting, and some days encouraging them in the years that they had more intense class settings. Let's all get parents back in. There are so many parents with amazingly successful and diverse backgrounds. Use this to your advantage. They are
Thank
free.
you, Tracy. Tracy, your time is up. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next caller is Chelsea Harris.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Harris. My son has attended Salem-Keizer Public Schools his entire school career and will, God willing, graduate this summer. He's currently a senior at McKay. First, I'd like to thank all the teachers, assistants, administrators, security staff, janitorial staff, and coaches. I'm calling in tonight to support the Parent and Guardian Proclamation. There are many studies that support the need for parents to be involved in schools. We all know it takes a village, but nothing can replace the importance of the parent-child relationship. We know our children best, and we have the right to be part of the education process. I'd also like to talk about how important it is that we stay in person. Some people are living in fear of COVID. I live in a different fear, a fear that a whole generation of children will be scarred in ways we cannot fathom. Anxiety, depression, loneliness, fewer opportunities, poor physical health, increased cases of child abuse, and the list goes on and on. Before this happens again, please talk to some students. They are scared they won't graduate. They want to be normal students. They were never held accountable on their Zoom classes. These are things that I've literally heard from students in the last few days. There's a simple solution for both of these issues. Drop the vax mandate for teachers and allow volunteers, regardless of their vaccination status, back into our schools. For the last 2 years, we've seen a growing teacher shortage, and it's clear that this will only continue to get worse. I'm asking for the sake of the thousands of kids in our district whose futures you hold in your hands to put aside your political agendas and get parents reconnected to the education process. You can do this by accepting the Parent Guardian Proclamation and keeping our kids in schools. Enough damage has been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Okay, our next caller is Cassidy Trout. Cassidy, are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and get started.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cassidy Trout, and I'm the mother of students enrolled in the district and also a resident of Salem. I've been working very closely with fellow community members and parents to help draft the importance of Parents Proclamation. We worked extremely hard on this and feel it is very important to our community. We are so encouraged by the board's willingness to work with us on this proclamation and their acknowledgement of the importance of parents. However, some very crucial wording has been removed. We as parents not only have a responsibility for the nurturing, safety, and well-being of our children, we also have the responsibility to ensure they receive a proper education that will prepare them for their futures. Also, in our submission, we had added, whereas the parent-child relationship shall be honored and supported by teachers, counselors, administrators, and school board members. This was completely removed. I can't imagine why the board would choose to remove such an important piece. I can't fathom that any of the board members feel the parent-student bond should not be honored and encouraged. It should also be said that not only do parents have the responsibility to ensure their children are properly educated, they also have the right to decide what medical treatment their children will receive. And it should also be their decision whether their child wear a mask or not, especially now that it is common knowledge that cloth and paper masks do little to nothing to help stop the spread of viruses. We all know that our schools are on the brink of collapse. We had staffing issues before COVID, and now teachers and staff are resigning at unfounded rates, not only due to COVID, or not only due to vaccine and mask mandates, but also due to the environment created by a lack of student accountability and a shift away from education and toward activism. These are also the same reasons why so many parents are pulling their children out of your schools. So now it is your decision whether to continue down this path of destruction and uncertainty, thus putting thousands of children who rely on this district at risk of falling further behind, or to stop this madness and put our children first. Keep our schools open. Finally, I would like to show support for our board members who are under constant attack. You do not go unappreciated. I am completely appalled that these personal attacks are allowed to continue unmitigated. We support you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cassidy. Emily, can we get the next caller on?
Yeah, our next caller is Anna Collins. Anna, are you able to unmute? There'll be *6 on your phone.
We
Looks
heard
like
you.
they're unmuted.
Yeah, we heard you for a second. And I believe you just muted. However, we cannot hear.
Maybe we can move on to the next one and then come back to Anna.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. Next caller is joining right now. And our next caller will be Joelle. Joelle, are you able to unmute? It'll be *6 on your phone.
Hello.
Hello. Joelle?
Hi. Yeah.
Go ahead and
Thank
get
you.
started.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Okay. Superintendent Perry, Chair Oliva, the rest of the board. I would like to address 3 things with you. First, please support the parent proclamation with the included statement, teachers, administrators, counselors, school board, and staff shall honor and support the parent-child relationship. Number 2, I want to ask Salem-Keizer School District to allow parents back into the buildings regardless of vax status. Our schools are in crisis, and having volunteers back in the building would help relieve staff shortages and burnout until the district can figure out how to hire more staff, why so many staff are leaving, etc. Other districts in Oregon have allowed volunteers to get exemptions for vax statuses. Our district likes to go above and beyond to what is required by the state and make things harder for parents, staff, and ultimately the kids. Which brings me to my 3rd point. Stopping overnight travel for extracurricular activities is pointless pandering to the state and is doing nothing but ruining kids' high school experiences and putting more pressure on already overworked staff. After riding a bus, competing in their event, what is the difference in staying in a hotel or spending additional hours busing back to Salem to then turn around and bus back to wherever the event was? Decisions like this have far-reaching effects. The biggest losers are the kids, who are getting cheated out of experiences that kids in our neighboring communities are getting to have. Please reconsider. Also, I'd like to beg you not to shut down again. In Oregon, since the beginning of COVID, there have been 5 deaths of kids under 19 with COVID, not even from COVID. In half that time, in 2020, there was 66 suicides in Oregon. There is an uptick in depression and anxiety and everything else in kids due to these lockdowns, and I'm just begging you, please do not shut the schools again. Thank you.
Thank you, Joelle. Emily, can Anna get on?
Yeah, let's go ahead and try Anna again. Anna, are you able to unmute?
You just muted, Anna. There you go. Looks like we're having the same issue.
Yeah. Let's move on and we will try again in just a few minutes.
Okay.
1 second to add our next. Okay. Our next public comment is from Brenda. Brenda, are you able to unmute and turn on your camera for your public comment?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and get started, Brenda.
My name is Brenda Stubblefield, and I live in West Salem. If any of you have traveled out of state to states such as Ohio, Idaho, Utah, Arizona, or Florida, you will see that students, staff, or volunteers do not wear masks. Masks are an optional request and a personal choice. It has been this way.
Brenda, are you able to unmute and turn on your camera?
The last school year and this school year. Even here in Oregon, our own private schools don't require a mask. And again, it's a personal choice left up to the parent and child. My biggest concern and outrage as a parent and a taxpayer is my right to make choices for my child. I have seen the drafted parent proclamation, and I feel vital wording has been taken out that honors and protects the parent-child relationship. Quote, whereas the parent-child relationship shall be honored and supported by teachers, counselors, administrators, and school board members. Close quote. We want this wording put back in along with other things that have been removed. We want to choose our own medical treatment, our own exposure to sexual topics that are taught to our children, critical race theory, and other morals and values that are upheld to our Christian beliefs. We want to choose for our children. I recently joined a group of moms, and we are going to band together. If we have to go door to door, we're going to stand up for our children and give them a voice. We will not fail our kids. They have the right to learn, to grow, and to enjoy childhood. We hear all the time from you guys about unity, about not being a bully, and to include everyone. Yet, as a community, your mandates and your mask are dividing us. You're causing anger, hatred, and segregation. You are now facing a staffing shortage, not because of COVID, not because of the flu, because you forced valuable staff and teachers to choose between their own medical freedom and their own health and beliefs. I'm here to say distant learning does not work. We cannot go back to it. I volunteer. I will be a tribute. I will help teach in the school. I will take any part in the school that you need a position for. And I will assemble an army of moms and parents behind me. Don't force more harm on our kids. Keep our kids in school. Stop the mandates. Oh.
Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate it.
Our next public comment is from Angela Plowhead. Angela, are you able to turn on your camera and unmute?
Are you ready for me?
Yes, we can hear you, Angela. Go ahead and get started.
Okay. So my name is Angela Plowhead, and I am a parent of a student in Salem-Keizer School District. I'm also the parent of the child that I removed from Salem-Keizer School District, and I'll get into that in just a moment. I would like to let you know of my support for the Parents in Education Month proclamation. I would like to request that information that had been removed regarding parents being involved in education of their children be added back in to include the second statement, which had stated that parents and guardians have the first and foremost responsibility for the education of their children, as well as nurturance, safety, and well-being of their children, as well as the statement that had been taken out. I would like to have that added back in, the statement that says that whereas the parent-child relationship shall be honored and supported by teachers, counselors, administrators, and school board members. One important reason for this is because when my oldest child was in the Salem-Keizer School District, he faced horrendous bullying, and I had no response from the school. It was only my role as a parent and an advocate for him that he was able to maintain his safety. I've been very concerned by the reports that I've seen at the issues regarding safety and violence in our school system. I'm very disheartened that this board has not wanted to share that information with the general public and with at this board meeting regarding the information regarding statistics and safety that Dr. Chandravari has asked for. I want to read you an email that I had written to you, Superintendent Perry, back in 2017, before I took my child out of the schools. I'll remove the names of all of the people involved, but so my child had been talking about being fearful that another child will kill me. He reports that this child had continued to repeatedly swear at him, punch him, and put him in headlocks. He says, my name to him is asshole. This was when he was in the 3rd grade. This is not language he hears in our home. He will also frequently talks about having to run away from this other child to keep the other child from hurting him. Yesterday, he had to intervene on the playground when this child and 3 other 3rd grade boys were kneeing our 1st grade female neighbor in the face and were repeatedly pushing her to the ground. We initially heard the story from our neighbor and then our child. I had no response back from you, Christy Perry. It was very disheartening to me that our child's safety was not taken more seriously. Every child should feel safe to learn in their schools.
Is that the end of your testimony?
It is.
Thank you. I will follow up with that, Angela. Next caller, Emily.
Right, our next caller is Maricela Lagos. Maricela, are you able to unmute?
Sí, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Muy buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva escolar y superintendente Perry. Mi nombre es Maricela Lagos, soy la coordinadora del grupo de liderazgo de padres y madres de la Coalición para la Igualdad de Salem-Keizer. Los padres y madres de la Coalición para la Igualdad de Salem-Keizer consistentemente hemos estado aquí por 22 años ayudando a nuestro distrito escolar a mejorar en la lectura, la escritura y matemáticas de nuestros niños. Consistentemente, por 22 años nos hemos comprometido a contribuir a solucionar la problemática que crea un sistema de envolvimiento efectivo de nuestros padres latinos en la educación de sus hijos. Y por 22 años hemos comprometido a crear y enseñar a nuestros padres y madres más de 30 tipos de clases de envolvimiento escolar para que seamos parte de la solución para eliminar la brecha académica de nuestros hijos. Para mostrar a nuestro distrito escolar que los padres y las madres somos los primeros maestros de nuestros niños. Por 15 años hemos enseñado a nuestros padres y madres a ayudarle a sus hijos con el desarrollo de la lectura en español para que luego los maestros pasen ese conocimiento al inglés. Consistentemente, por 22 años hemos hecho todos estos sacrificios con el sueño de que nuestros niños estén a nivel de grado, desde el kinder hasta la graduación de la preparatoria, para que estén listos para ir a la universidad. Pero hace 2 años llegó la pandemia del COVID-19 y nuestros niños y adolescentes han perdido todos los avances académicos que venían haciendo en los pasados 10 años. En este año 2022 estamos más comprometidos que nunca en apoyar a nuestros maestros y asistentes de maestros para que juntos, maestros, estudiantes y padres de familia, eliminemos la brecha académica de nuestros 17,000 niños latinos del distrito escolar. Les damos las gracias a todos los miembros de la mesa directiva y a la superintendente por reconocer que los padres son los dueños del sistema de nuestra educación pública en Salem-Keizer y una parte esencial de la solución a nuestros problemas académicos. Trabajando todos juntos en equipo, podemos recuperar el terreno académico que nuestros niños y adolescentes vienen perdiendo. Gracias.
Good afternoon, school board members and Superintendent Perry. My name is Maricela Lagos, and I'm the coordinator of the Parent Leadership Group of the Salem-Keizer Coalition for Equality. The parents of the Salem Coalition Equality have consistently been here for 22 years, helping our school district improve our children's reading, writing, and math. Consistently, for 22 years, we have been committed to contribute to solving the problem of creating an effective Latino parent involvement system to support the teachers and the education of our children. For 22 years, we have been committed to creating and teaching our parents more than 30 types of effective parental involvement classes so that we can be part of the solution to eliminate the academic gap of our children. To show our school district that parents are the first teachers of our children, for 15 years, we have taught our parents how to help their children with the development of reading in Spanish so that the teachers can then pass that knowledge on to English. Consistently, for 22 years, we have made all these sacrifices with the dream that our children are at grade level, from kindergarten through high school graduation, in order to be college ready. But 2 years ago, the COVID-19 pandemic arrived, and our children and adolescents have lost all their academic progress they have been making in the past 10 years. In this year, 2022, we are more committed than ever to supporting our teachers and teacher aides so that together, teachers, students, and parents can close the academic gap for our 17,000 Latino children in our school district. We thank all of the school board members and the superintendent for recognizing that parents are the owners of our public education system in Salem-Keizer and key partners in solving our academic achievement problems. By working together as a team, we can regain the academic ground that our children and adolescents have been losing. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Maricela. Emily, next caller, please.
Our next caller is Josue Perez. Josue, are you able to unmute?
Josue, can you try your mic? Yeah, can you guys hear me now? We can hear you now. Go ahead and get started. Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Avila, School Board Directors, and Superintendent Christy Perry. My name is Josue Perez, and I live in the Salem-Keizer area. I know that it's very important to get parents involved in the education of our children. Back when I was a student, whenever my parents would get involved in my education, if it was helping me at home practicing problems, or even or problems that came up at school, in knowing that their support was always behind me, it would help me feel more confident at school, not only academically, but also emotionally. Now that I'm a parent, I see that with my kids now. And when I get involved, I see a huge difference in their learning. We had also a few situations where involvement has been key to the changes we needed for our children. And we noticed that the teacher and the principal at school are able to respond also better when we are involved closely as well. Parents are the first teachers of their children, and they must be empowered to learn and take control, and also to help them make wise decisions. Can you pause that timer, see if it comes back on, Alice? We may have lost him, Emily. See if he comes back on. And it looks like he had about 2 minutes remaining.
Sounds great. I did try to re-add Anna. Anna, are you able to unmute? Sounds like Anna is still having some challenges. We reached out separately, so we'll see if we can get that resolved by the time we finish here. So I'm going to bring in our next public commenter. Okay, so our next public comment is from Ark Wood. Ark, are you able to unmute?
I see your tile, Ark, if you can hear me.
1, 2, 1, 2.
We got you now. Go ahead and get started.
Yes, and it is Eric, by the way. I know it's an odd spelling, but
my apologies.
No worries, no worries. Okay, I'm looking for the timer, but I currently live in Virginia, attending school, but I'm very much at home in Salem-Keizer. My father, Robert Wood, was a teacher for the district for many years and now serves in Lincoln County. I attended the Sorry?
1, 2, 1, 2. You might be getting feedback on your own. You might want to turn down your YouTube channel.
Okay, there we go. Are we all up to date now? Okay, sorry about that. Would you mind if I start over?
Go for it.
Thank you. I currently live in Virginia, attending school, but I am at home in Salem-Keizer. My father was a teacher for the district for many years and now lives in Lincoln County and serves there. I attended Lee Elementary School and then Howard Street, and then South Salem High School. My relationship with Salem-Keizer has always been a complicated one. Specialists, when I was very young with the district, told myself and my parents that I would never move beyond a second grade math level or a third grade reading level. Later, I was diagnosed with autism, and it became a multi-year process to work through the district to gain more appropriate accommodations. The district's, like a lot of institutions, was preoccupied with its own bureaucracy and its own theories of education. Luckily, I was able to go to Howard Street. In my case, and I think generally as well, they pushed aside every bias and assumption and doctrine and theory and left only an effective and efficient model of education that has consistently outperformed other aspects of the district and blessed me tremendously. It was holistic, diverse, results-oriented, and absolutely everything a good public education ought to be. I graduated from Howard Street with honors, and from South with honors, and then again from my college with honors. And I'm very happy to be here, having just finished my second day of my second semester of law school. absolutely decimating the expectations that were incorrectly placed on me very early. I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not trying to prop myself up as a success story of Howard Street, though I would not have succeeded if Howard Street had not taken a fresh look at me. Howard Street is a high-performing educational system. It's not normal for students at my level to still feel indebted to their middle school. This isn't just fond memories of good teachers. Howard Street's advantage is systemic and designed and scalable. And from that perspective, I really, really hope that you guys see Howard Street as an inspiration for what the rest of the district could aspire to in terms of modeling education. And it's scalable and it's awesome. And I hope that you vote to restore its charter and give them as much money as they can get their hands on. That's really all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for staying up late.
My pleasure.
So we have Josue back in the meeting. Josue, are you able to come back online?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead and see if you can't continue where you left off.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to remember where. I'm not sure where they got disconnected, but
it was about the difference in the parents and principals connecting with you as your experiences with your children and their response.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, so well, parents are the first teachers of their children, and they must be empowered to learn to take control and make wise decisions about their children's needs. I see a big difference between my family and other families who have never been involved. I hope that all the schools and the district in general will increase their focus all year round on increasing parental engagement. The district needs to take extra steps to encourage and motivate parents to get involved as well, and to also motivate the school staff and leaders to focus on this critical aspect of their job. And thank you for the time. That's all I wanted to mention. Have a great evening.
Thank you for that, Josue. Thank you for jumping back on. Appreciate it.
Right, our next caller is Idrisa. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Idrisa, are you able to unmute?
Yes. Oh. All right. Hi, my name is Jadsia, and I am a student here in the Salem-Keizer School District, and I'm a senior at North Salem High School and an alumna of Howard Street. I have chosen to speak this evening because I feel strongly that my experience at Howard Street has helped me to become a better student, community leader, and a person I am today. Looking back on my experience at Howard Street, I am grateful that I was given such an opportunity to attend a school that prioritizes self-advocation, strong study habits, and work ethic, as well as project-based learning. The education they provided me was project-based and broad. By that, I mean I learned from a variety of disciplines. I'm grateful that Spanish was required. It allowed me to learn about another culture, as well as help me become bilingual. Humanities classes were also required, and the most project-based, which as a visual learner, I am very grateful for and enjoyed greatly when the end of unit project came near. Physics was also a required subject, and it gave me the opportunity to learn about how objects are connected and interact with each other via kinetic energy or velocity or momentum. With this school and without the education I obtained here, I would not be the student I am today. Because of Howard Street, I know how to organize for my classes. I know how to advocate for myself when a question or concern arises, and I have since developed an intrinsic motivation to study out of class, as well as developed an appreciation for education and educators. I strongly encourage you to renew Howard Street's charter so future generations of students can benefit from the strong habits and ethics they teach. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next public comment is from Linda Farrington. Linda, are you able to unmute? don't see a mic by her name, but I do see a camera. I've asked her to start that to see if we can work through any technical difficulties.
Let's try to get the last caller and then try to come back to Linda.
Perfect. So the last caller that we have that we can verify at this point is Anna that we've been trying to get online. So we will try Anna one more time. Anna, are you able to?
Hello.
Oh.
Hello, Anna. We got you.
Finally.
Thank you. Go ahead and get started.
Okay, my name is Anna and I am a Salem resident. In the last 2 years, you have forced children to go to distance learning, teachers to get vaccinated or lose their job, and have given parents no choice but to send their children to school with a mask. Last week, the district sent an email out to parents warning us that due to employee illnesses being at all-time high, the district was experiencing staff shortages and that there was a possibility that students would have to go back to distance learning again. Staff shortages? Why? Aren't all your teachers vaccinated? Don't teachers and students have to wear masks? According to Albert Einstein, the definition of insanity is, quote, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, unquote. Not sure about you, but I see a pattern here. First, you force students to go to distance learning, then allow them to go back to school, but force them to wear masks. Lastly, force all your teachers and staff to get vaccinated and wear a mask. When that didn't work, you recommended parents vaccinate their children and continue to wear masks. Next, and I hope I am wrong, will be to go on distance learning and not allow students who are not vaccinated to return. Do you really want to keep students at school? Set an example. Try something different. Lift the vaccine mandate. Allow those you let go of for not being coerced into getting the vaccine to return and continue teaching so that kids don't have to go back to distance learning. Oregon students are already hurting academically. Don't continue to fail them by shutting down schools. Wouldn't you think by now that your approach on handling this would be to allow parents and teachers to make their own medical decisions for themselves and their children? I can't wrap my mind around the fact that this district is all for allowing students as young as elementary school to decide their own gender, but can't allow a grown adult to make their own medical decisions for themselves and their children. You preach inclusivity, but are forcing those who do not want to get vaccinated or fired. You are forcing parents to send students to school with the mask on or they can't attend class. You are teaching students to be afraid of their unvaccinated peers. You have discriminated against parents who are not vaccinated by not allowing us to continue to volunteer in our children's schools and classrooms. How is that being inclusive? Ironically, the Salem-Keizer School District is holding an art contest with the main focus being unity. One of the rules for the contest is to incorporate the theme of standing with linked hands in unison. Are you uniting only those who think like you? Are you including those who are wanting to make their own medical decisions when it comes to getting the vaccine or not wanting to wear a mask? Are you including the students who believe that there are only two genders? Are you including students who believe that Jesus Christ is our savior? Are you including those who know that police officers are not dangerous? Are you respecting and validating their beliefs as much as you are respecting and validating those who aren't like-minded? It is hypocritical that you are trying to teach children unity when at the same time are persecuting those who don't have the same beliefs or ideas as you. I ask that you push back on mask and vaccine mandates for teachers and students. I ask that you keep school about academics and not race and sexuality, vaccines, or masks. I ask that you keep our students in school physically. I ask that you stop dividing us. I ask that you remember that we are the parents and we have the final say, so we are not afraid to fight for our children and are not afraid to pull them out of public schools.
Thank you, Anna. Your time is up, Anna. Thank you very much. Linda, I believe, is our last caller.
I believe at this point, yes, we have one caller left, and we'll see if they join by the time Linda's complete. But Linda, are you able to begin your comment?
Go ahead, Linda.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and get started.
Are you ready for me?
Yes, we are. Go ahead and turn down your YouTube channel? So we don't get the feedback from the YouTube channel. Go ahead and put that on mute.
Are you ready for me? Okay. Good evening, Chair Avila and school board members.
Yes, we can. Go ahead and get started.
Good evening, Chair Avila and school board members and Superintendent Perry. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight.
You have to turn down that volume. Yes, we are. Go ahead and turn down the YouTube channel.
I'm sorry, there is too big of a gap, I guess. Anyway, I'm ready to start.
Go for it.
I know that a lot of people are up in arms about the possibility that schools may close again, but honestly, I am more concerned about the focus of what students are learning in schools and the perspective that we're teaching kids. This is the root of all the other problems facing our community. Our schools have been in crisis long before COVID hit. ODE and the school district embraced Black Lives Matter in 2020, deciding that it was not a political organization. The labels do sound appealing and agreeable because Black lives do matter. However, the principles of Black Lives Matter work overtime to change external factors instead of internal factors like motivation to help minority students succeed. I think this is why they have not been able to improve the minority gaps and raise achievement. Instead of teaching students how to work hard and take advantage of their opportunities, the public schools are teaching values that fly in the face of our traditional culture. Everything now seems focused on feelings and sexual orientation, and it is not productive. I think we made a big mistake when we tried to distill everything down to one metric, yet everything now has to be evaluated through the lens of equity. According to the school district website, equity is the Salem-Keizer School District will not be confused with equality, where all students are treated the same. Equity will be attained when the achievements of our historically underserved students match the outcomes of students in the dominant culture. So we want our schools where we don't want schools where everyone is treated the same, but we do want schools where the outcome is equal, no matter what effort or skill you put into it. Schools are teaching kids that their feelings are more important than objective truth. They're no longer teaching them about personal responsibility because all inequities are due to systemic racism, which we can't control. They no longer teach the value of strong work ethic because it's the system's fault that I cannot do better. They no longer teach about the value and unique contribution of each individual because worth is now obtained by being part of a culture group. The outcomes of these new values that schools are teaching are evident everywhere. Student behavior is escalating, mental health and disciplinary problems are skyrocketing, and proficiencies are plummeting as schools focus on students' emotions instead of academic content. Teachers are struggling to keep control of children who haven't learned personal accountability or respect for authority, and opportunities for teaching actual academic content are almost nil.
Linda, your
We
time
don't
is
have
up.
to be the same, to be
Linda, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And that is the end of our list of public comment.
Okay, thank you everybody for calling in and writing in. It is 7:18. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Actually, yeah, we'll come back at 7:23. So let's go ahead and take a quick minute break. Continue on with the meeting, moving into agenda item number 4. And I'll turn this over to Superintendent Perry for her reports.
Right. Good evening, everyone. Again, as Dr. Udos Nataz pulling up the slides for the superintendent reports, I just want to make a couple comments that I didn't put in slides around kind of where we are with staffing shortages. You saw today and this evening about the announcement of no school on Friday, no student school for kids on Friday. And so that combined with some more permanent consolidation of bus routes is our next move in order to do everything we can to keep kids in person instruction. The staffing shortages we have seen escalate, and it's really related to staff illness. So there are quite a few educators and students that have been out sick. Our student attendance numbers also are down. We're at about 80% attendance rate district-wide. Our student attendance at high schools is in the 70s. McKay was at 65 yesterday. And that our goal is that with Friday being a non-student contact day, that we can get some staff through illness and through their quarantine or isolation period in order to be back then on Tuesday. We are having educators and all staff work. And we're also giving some broad provisions for work from home so that they don't, if they're feeling a little ill or if they have a COVID positive test, can still work from home, even if they can't come into the school or department. So that's kind of the state of where we're at. And again, we are monitoring it every day. We're dispatching resources from the district level every day out to classrooms. We're having as many, any district level staff that can teach to teach in classrooms, but even the fatigue of our program assistants and our instructional mentors is starting to wear on the system. So that's where we are today. I do expect this to be an evolving situation over the coming weeks. As we navigate just a really high illness rate right now, which is what we're seeing. I scan absences with my team every single day, and that's just really what we're seeing out there, and including illness of employees' children, which then keeps them out of coming in. So just before we got started, I kind of wanted to give you that update as it has been evolving since well, every day is a new day. So with that, Ethan, if you could put up the slides. So I just wanted to also start by saying Happy School Board Appreciation Month. I recognize that the job you do, you're answering to a lot of constituents and trying to act on behalf of our kids. And as volunteer elected officials, you can go ahead and switch slides to Ethan. I don't envy the positions that you're in. So please, thank you for showing up with your whole hearts. And I understand the navigation of differences of positions on things, but I just really appreciate the way you show up for our students. A couple things I just wanted to also highlight, and you can go ahead and go on to the next slide. I do love the community learning sessions that you've started, and how that really helps to show you as lead learners in our district and in our community. I think being directors in a learning organization, the best thing you can model for kids and our families and our community is about being lead learners. So we're particularly excited about the next community learning session. And I'm sorry, I didn't get the date on this one. So somebody's gonna have to tell me the date. I think it's the 31st. We have a slide with the date on this graphic, but we're celebrating Black history. And sorry, go back one. And we have, if you'll see our full panel here of panelists, I think that Ms. Cynthia Richardson was great about reaching out. And we are going to feature our own Grace Caldwell, School Board Student Advisor, as one of our panelists. So please join us. We will post it as a public meeting just because I would expect there will be a quorum of the board in attendance. So that'll be a great way to be sure that we're following all our public meeting laws. And then January 31st at 6 p.m. We've pushed this graphic out with the date and time on social media. If you would please pass it on through your social media channels, that would be great. I'll have comms put it at the back to the top of your inbox to do that. We just really love to have a great turnout and to support Grace. How about that? All right, so next slide. The other, so shifting away a little bit, the other thing we're rolling out is a number of community forums on safe and welcoming schools. We are getting questions around school safety and emergency procedures. What does it mean when you have thoroughly investigated a threat and it isn't credible? How do we respond in emergencies? So we decided to roll out a series of parent forums to kind of share the issues and then field through moderated questions. So our first one is on January 26th. It's around school safety and emergency procedures. The next one, which I think is really important, is around social media and online safety. We're seeing all kinds of threats, mostly not credible threats on social media, and also a lot of cyberbullying that happens in social media. So we're designing this one, and we're hoping that Liberty House will be able to join us around how can parents keep their kids safe in our online environments. That's really escalated. It was bad before. It's really escalated as kids have been more online in the pandemic. And then building a caring community is our last one. Each of these will feature some district people or community people as panelists. We'll have some content, and then again, we'll open up for moderated questions. Next up, in your packets tonight is the quarterly discipline report. This is similar to the monthly one from last year. A comment that we reported on school discipline in November, and then we saw a spike in discipline. And so the question came up, what happened? Very sad to say normal in that November timeframe, that because of progressive discipline, you work through as many things you can work through with a student and their family before you get to more progressive discipline. We did have a few high-profile incidences at the time. And then what is interesting that I think we don't think about, we often see a holiday spike in discipline because a whole lot of kids go home and are excited about the holiday, and a lot of kids go home and are not excited about the holiday. So we see behaviors start to spike as kids are worried about structure and routine. So that will happen during the holiday seasons. We added in that November report, it wasn't one of our KPIs, the report on fights and physical assaults, but we added that on purpose because of wanting to be really clear with you that yes, we were seeing that escalated spike in physical assaults and discipline. Had we not drilled down, remember some of our out of school suspension and some of our things were down from the last time we were in person, but we wanted to highlight so we were really clear that fights and physical assaults had escalated. So that's just a note on school discipline. All right, next. We also are beginning to think about the budget process. So we do have 2 new budget committee members that you need to vote on and appoint this year. So the applications will come out on January 21st. It closes on February 17th. At the March board meeting, you will appoint 2 new board members to the budget committee. The application will be on our website on January 21st, and we'll push out a number of social media things. And then once you've done that, we will try to spend some time in April getting new budget committee members and new board members who haven't been through the budget committee process before, kind of up to speed on that process. As a reminder, the budget, the proposed budget itself isn't released until I release it on the first day of the budget committee. It's by Oregon revised statute. But what we can do is look back at last year's budget book and last year's budget process to really understand the process. So we'll start getting meetings on the calendars once we get the new budget committee members on board. In the meantime, if you have budget questions, especially for our new members, please don't hesitate to ask anything about the process. It is a fairly prescriptive process by Oregon statute. And sometimes because so much of the budget development is done, well, all of the budget development is done by me and my staff ahead of time, it makes you wonder, could we have known some things earlier and stuff? So just reach out and ask questions about that, especially for our new members. We've also, I think the next slide is received an initial toolkit, and then they're coming out with some of their revised requirements related to the Menstrual Dignity Act in the coming weeks. So we've started, but the key piece we've started on is related to, and you can go ahead and flip the slide, Ethan, the access and privacy. So we have purchased dispensers. It took a while because most dispensers require a token or dollars, and it needs to be free. We began the installation over winter break. Phase one was the installation in a girls' restroom and a gender-neutral restroom at every site. The final rules are coming from Oregon Department of Education. I think the rule is that it's going to have to be in every restroom, male or female. So we're navigating that rule, and then we'll begin working with some education components as well. I think we're down to almost maybe 8 schools left with the dispensers in phase one initially installed. So I got that update tonight. All right, next slide. Mr. Dikopoulos, you are going to talk about the doxing law. That was a request from last board meeting. He has a number of slides, and if you want to go ahead and review those, you can, or I can also just review them for you, Mr. Dikopoulos.
No, thank you, Superintendent Perry. I'm happy to speak to these. At the last board meeting, 2 board members requested an update on doxing. If you're unfamiliar with the term, doxing is the process of trying to harass or humiliate someone by publishing personal information. And the Oregon legislature recently passed House Bill 3047, and that provides a legal, provides the opportunity for a person who has been doxed, who has been harassed by another person to file a civil legal claim against someone who discloses personal information about this, the person who has been doxed, if the sharing of personal information is done with the intent to harass, humiliate, and injure the person who's complaining about this. Personal information is defined in the law very broadly. We have some bullet points here you can read, but it includes personal, a person's home address, personal email address, a personal phone number, social security number, contact for the person's employer, contact information for the family member of the person, photographs of the person's children, identification of the school of the person's children attend. So that the definition of the disclosure of personal information is pretty broad. And the next slide, Pete, please. the person who is complaining of this kind of behavior has to prove that they were harassed, humiliated, or injured by the personal disclosure. And if they do prove this in court, they're entitled to recover economic and non-economic damages. I mean, non-economic damages are pain and suffering, punitive damages. They can get reasonable attorney's fees. This law is effective June 15th, 2021, and the legislature passed it because of people trying to harass elected officials and others at their home or by publishing information and trying to harass or humiliate individuals. And so the legislature wanted to give those individuals a legal claim against either the persons or the organizations that promote this. So that is doxing in House Bill 3047. That's all I have on this, unless there are questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kopolis. And then I'm going to go into the last little bit of information. We've received a number of questions about curriculum development and access for parents. And so just a couple comments on that. The state standards drive our curricula and lesson development. People can view the state standards on the Oregon Department of Education website. The lessons and the assessment development or the curriculum are done by teacher teams. And the best way for parents to ask questions about curriculum is to ask their child's teacher. That's the best way to get the good firsthand information. I was in a first grade classroom this week and teaching a math lesson, and the materials we were using were from iReady. Well, most of those materials are copyrighted, so we can't just post the first grade workbook for math online because they're copyrighted materials. But we are thinking about how we can also share some maybe sample lessons and things on our website. And Dr. West is leading some work around that to maybe help parents navigate that a little bit better. And the other thing, I did was reading the book Socks in first grade today. So, teachers have a number of choices of books they read and things that parents can ask about as well. All right. And I think that concludes the slides on the superintendent report.
Would you like me to stop sharing screen or continue?
I think the next slides are Howard Street, right?
Correct.
Okay, you can go ahead and stop sharing. All right, I'll let you, Chair Avila, call on.
Yes, it looks like Director Nels Presley raised her hand first, and then Director Hyan.
I'll let Director Hyan go first because I noticed that they raised their hand like earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I think you answered this, but I want to make sure that it's very clear to the public. I heard the other day that there were menstrual products in some of the boys, maybe not all, but some of the boys' restrooms in Salem-Keizer School District. So you said that we're being told to do this by ODE, is that correct?
I'm going to see if Mr. Silva could answer this, but the Menstrual Dignity Act was a law passed by the legislature. So it is a law in the state with multiple provisions. ODE is responsible for telling us how to implement. So it's both a law and Oregon Department of Education interpreting the law for us. And Mr. Silva, was I correct in saying that access in both male and female restrooms?
Yes.
So the current implementation from ODE of the House bill is full product availability in all restrooms K-12.
Okay, thank you.
Great follow-up, and thanks for being ready for that, Bob.
Director Nomes Pressey.
Thank you. So my question was around, understanding that the district is definitely under some heavy stress. I know that it's definitely not just impacting us, but even the school that my own daughter attends had to close for a few days due to staffing shortages and issues from COVID. But I'm just wondering, what can parents expect in terms of information? Like, is there a way to give advance notice? I definitely understand, like, at least just kind of like on a school by school basis. And also understanding that we can't contact trace, but is there a way of just like blanketing, letting parents know like half of the class is out with potentially COVID related illness? Just wanted to let you know, sort of situation.
Well, a couple things. One is, yes, I would love to be able to forecast a little quicker, but that has been a bit of a challenge just because of how it's escalated. And our goal has been to not have a couple of schools I noticed across the state have had evening notice that school won't be in session the next day. So we're trying to avoid those day before decisions. But then we're thinking seriously about could we share our data or our attendance data dashboard so that at least parents could say, here's what the attendance rate is in my school, which we think will help. And then we're trying to figure out what's the best notification when we have a number of positives. Now, remember that our dashboard does have positives by school. I don't think it goes all the way down to the classroom, but it is by school. And so there's probably some wisdom around pushing out that information again and being really explicit. And that's our next thing that I'm going to start working on tomorrow is how do we communicate better in this moment, because it's really different than the last times we've been in.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question. I wanted to know how are these absences affecting like our students? Like, for example, is it going to be detrimental to like some of our high school students missing a ton of school in terms of being on track for graduation?
Yeah, it's definitely the more non-attendance there is for whatever reason, the more at risk they become. We are coming up against the end of the semester, which is the time we credit kids. So our director of high schools will be doing some ongoing conversations with those high schools around how do you accommodate so you don't penalize students during this time. The good news is with Omicron, what we're seeing is not the same length of illness. So we're seeing people get back quicker, and the quarantine and isolation allows us to get people back quicker as well. But yes, it definitely puts kids at risk, and definitely at the high schools where we award credit. That's a really important time for us to figure out how to be really flexible with kids. So thank you for that question.
Dr. Chandagiri.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent Perry. So last year when we had to close the schools, we had like a COVID safety plan. And we said for each school, there'll be a map and there'll be a coordinator who can answer parents, etc. Now, are we using the same plan with the modification to accommodate what is going on now? Is there like a contact person each school, or that plan needs to be revamped in order to accommodate for this, this kind of surge in staff falling ill and children falling ill, and so that there is a map that parents can go to. In the same line, some of this material that we are using are copyrighted, but are there any textbook or resource book that parents can have so that they can keep helping the children at home for some reason if they are not able to come to school?
So the second part of the question is the easier part is parents always can request work from their child's school and from their teachers, and then students have access to those books to take them home. So that's always and has been available, and part of the workload for teachers as we have more absences. Some of the provisions of the blueprints that we had last year are still in effect. I couldn't go through them one by one off the top of my head, but the state has a bit of different guidance on what we needed to do with those blueprints. And we have all those updated with the state. And we also had a 6-month requirement. So we're right in the middle of updating them, because in order to be eligible for federal funds, you have to keep those plans updated. And every district now is in the process of updating those. So I don't have all the exact, but our schools do really know what to do with safety protocols. Again, I've been in a couple schools in the last couple weeks, and we're just continuing to reinforce. But we just know with Omicron is different. Illness is spreading.
Thank you. Director Hein.
Thank you. Superintendent Perry, I have one more question related to my earlier question. So are the menstrual products, is the idea that they are for the use of students or staff while they're on the premises? This is not to supply product to people at home and their families, is it?
I believe the legislation talks about the school setting free access. I don't believe it's part of it is access at home, but also we certainly want to prevent students that need access to take the products and use them at home as well. But and Bob, I'm gonna nod if I'm correct here, but I do not believe it's about supplying families. Is that?
I would have to reread it. It's been 2 months since I read through the toolkit, but we can also send out the toolkit.
Mm-hmm. That'd be great. Thank you.
Director Carson Cunningham and then Director Bethel.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify from some of the conversation around the contact tracing and the cases growing in our schools around this new Omicron variant. So it is unprecedented. I know it's spreading really quickly. Does that mean that we are able to keep up with letting parents know in a timely manner if their kid is a close contact? Or are we struggling to do that because of the way that it's spreading quickly?
Yeah, we are struggling to do that, and we'll work on, that's part of that parent communication. I want to be sure we get out tomorrow. We are struggling to notify in a timely manner. We can notify, our goal right now is as we have positive cases to be sure we get them out of the school. And then secondarily is to give some sort of notice, even though we can't take every case and then track down every close contact. It just isn't feasible at this time. The Oregon Health Authority gave this interim investigatory guidance around contract tracing that we've looked at just since yesterday. It's mostly to local public health, but it also has some direction to school districts and how we do that. But the short answer to your question is no, not as timely as we've done it in the past.
Okay, I appreciate that you're going to get that communication out, because I think everything is changing so quickly, and I know all the staff are working hard to follow all the protocols, but I just feel we got to be really transparent if what we set out at the beginning of the year, that expectation can't be met now. that we just need people to know that and work to do the best we can in these, you know, unprecedented times. I mainly worry because of intergenerational households and parents needing to make decisions about immunocompromised relatives or children in their household, and just that they have that information at their fingertips as much as possible.
Thank you. It's really important. I appreciate that.
Dr. Bethel?
Thank you. I just wanted to address two things. One, the sanitary napkin situation or these menstrual items. I sat in on a meeting last year with some folks from Polk County, actually. They were CASAs and folks that are caring for our children in the community, not parents or guardians, but more like community advocates that were advocating towards the fact that kids are they're missing days of school because of menstrual cycles, because they are uncared for at home for a variety of reasons. And this law came to fruition because of these kids, specifically a 10-year-old little girl that I had the pleasure of sitting with and learning her story and her advocating for herself at school. So while I don't think the intention of the law is to be able to have these items transported home, I fully encourage the access for that to happen. It is a very unfortunate situation for a young girl to have to experience a menstrual cycle, I think in general, at the young ages that they are these days, and then not have proper items to tend to themselves. So I really commend the district for acting on this so quickly and making it so available. And, you know, they're in the boys' bathroom, and if a brother happens to have a sister at home that's in need and he can support her, I'm all about it. And then the second thing is on the COVID contact tracing. I just want to say that there's not a single entity in this state that's required to do that that's keeping up. Multnomah County a couple of weeks ago stopped it altogether. Like the entire county, their health department is not doing contact tracing because it's expensive, it's hard to do, people weren't responding. And so I can't even imagine what the team of Salem-Keizer is going through trying to chase this. I appreciate that you're doing it, but I just wanted to put it out there that they are definitely not alone in chasing this as fast as they can to try to partner up. I know that the local public health authority here in Marion County works closely with our Salem-Keizer team in trying to spread the information as fast as we can acquire it to keep people safe. So Christy, and to your team, thank you for what you are doing. I did get a notification recently via email because I think that was probably the quickest way, and thankfully all is well, but just thanks for trying.
Yeah. And I think written communication is going to just have to be our go-to. Some of the contact tracing conversations are 30 minutes with the school nurse, and they just don't have the 30 minutes. But I think more and more and we have everything translated to our families. So we'll work on that. That's our next top priority. Every day is new communication, top priority right now. And also, thank you for your comments on the Menstrual Dignity Act. I think that really centered it on the why. And I don't see a school ever saying to a kid, you can't take this home.
Yeah, thank you for that. As I said on ODE's Rules Advisory Committee, we did speak on the Menstrual Dignity Act this last week that we met. So expect some minor changes, some language changes. And, you know, I don't know if I've shared with everybody, as I was running this campaign, my daughter, first thing she said was, Dad, then you can make sure that we get tampons in all the schools. You know, she's a 12-year-old girl. And that was like, okay, tell me more. What do I need to know? And yeah, and I do hope it's not a taboo issue for young boys and young men who come across that situation, as Danielle perfectly explained, and that our students do get served and they do have access. So moving forward, I believe, is that all your superintendent report?
Yeah, that is it. I was also just reminded we need to reach back out to our McKay student who testified that one night to let her know our progress as well. And I think Olga has her contact information. So, but that's it for my superintendent report.
Great, thank you. Moving on to our agenda item number 5, as the Parent Guardian Engagement and Education Month proclamation. I'd like to turn this over to Director Noah Presley, who worked on this proclamation and connected with the community parent group, Salem-Keizer We Stand Together. Our Communications and Community Relations Office reached out to the following community organizations for their input: Native Education Parent Advisory Committee, Salem-Keizer Coalition for Equality, Mano a Mano, Family Building Blocks, Marion and Polk Early Learning Hub, and our Early Childhood Education Parent Advisory Committee. Thank you all to those who provided feedback and contributed to this proclamation. Director Noah Presley, can you please review and read the proclamation?
Yes, happy to. Every year, organizations reflect on the important role parents, guardians, and caregivers play in the education and training of their children that support student success. Although typically recognized in November, the new year provides us an opportunity to celebrate and honor our parents and guardians, including grandparents, elders, foster parents, extended family, older siblings, and other caring adults who are a significant part of a student's education and make a difference in the lives of children. Whereas from infancy, parents and guardians play a vital role in their child's education as their first educator, and whereas parents and guardians have the first and foremost responsibility for the nurturing, safety, and well-being of their children, as well as to teach them to respect others and themselves. And whereas parents and guardians serve as volunteers in our schools, as reading buddies, classroom helpers, and in a multitude of other ways, all of which benefit many children. And whereas education is comprised of a range of activities by which parents, guardians, and communities teach empathy, values, knowledge, and skills necessary to become effective members in a community that helps one another. And whereas our schools prosper with cooperation and collaborative support of all parents, guardians, and caregivers when we work together for proactive solutions in multiple areas, including student academic performance, behaviors, and expectations. And whereas students, families, and everyone in our schools shall be afforded equity, dignity, and respect, so all students have a safe and welcoming environment for learning. And whereas we encourage and are committed to supporting all parents and guardians to be informed and active participants in their children's education, and in keeping with that goal, we provide opportunities for engagement and communication, including community forums and learning sessions in which parents and guardians may participate, and communication tools to ensure parents and guardians have information vital to their children's education. Now, therefore, the Salem-Keizer Public Schools Board of Directors proclaims the month of January as Parent and Guardian Engagement in Education Month. As board members, we are committed to working with all parents and guardians, families, and community in collaborative partnership as supportive adults to help our children grow in knowledge and understanding and reach their full potential. Working together, we are best able to provide access, opportunity, and support for all students and strengthen their overall well-being. Let us join together in helping all students graduate prepared for a successful life.
Thank you for Director Noah Presley. At this time, I'll ask for a motion on the proclamation.
I motion that we move ahead and adopt the proclamation as written.
Director Guzman-Ortiz motions. Do I have a second? We have a second motion from Director Carson Cottingham. We will. Yes, Director Hyen.
Just preparing for discussion. Are you ready?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let's move forward with the discussion.
I know he didn't quite get the words out, but I wanted to be first. So I have an amendment to make based on the testimony we received tonight. It has 4 parts, and so I'll try to describe where they are. There might be a visual I don't know if our vice chair was able to make that happen or not. In the second whereas
Marty, Director Hyen, yes, I do believe we have that we can put up. However, I think procedurally we've first and seconded a motion on the passage of this version. So I don't know what to do.
So what happens is we're in discussion, and so I'm making an amendment, and so I can do that at this point. And
during
then
discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
And once I make the amendment, then it will need to be first and seconded and then voted on before we go back to the whole thing.
Okay, correct. Thank you.
So did you want to put that on the screen, or shall I try to describe where these changes are?
I can put it on the screen. I was just waiting for confirmation that that's what we wanted to do.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And we think we have what you're going to try to tell us, but we're not 100% sure.
Well, we'll find out.
Here we go. Here's time for the big reveal.
All right. Lift the magic curtain.
Here we go.
Yes. So if you look at the second whereas, it has the word primary responsibility and it has the word education. So those are the first two portions of my amendment. And if we could scroll down, I can read the whole thing if you want to hear it together. In the whereas, we see the word directing. So guardians to be informed and active participants in directing their children's education. Thank you. And then the addition of something that had been there but was removed, whereas the parent guardian child relationship shall be honored and supported by teachers, counselors, administrators, and school board members. So my motion is to include those changes in our proclamation.
Thank you, Director Hyen. Do we have a second? And I can't see everybody here with.
I do.
Director Chandagiri. Yeah, seconds that. Debate. Director Chandagiri.
Thank you. Yeah, I support this amendment proposed for the following reason. The two main reasons: the parent-child or the caregiver-child relationship is like the primal relationship, which is honored in my culture and every culture you can think of. Because to me, those are very important. The child has to not only feel a sense of belonging in school, but also feel connected with their parents and honored. In a lot of our immigrant culture, honoring the parent-child or the caregiver-child relationship is considered very important and sacred. And sometimes there are problems, don't get me wrong. And that is where the teachers and the counselors can help us kind of find a way to find alignment with the child and still respect what education they get here, and so that we can all help our children. So I really think that including the parent-child or parent-guardian or caregiver-child relationship shall be honored will help all of us help the child or the student do well and succeed. And those other additions that was included are very important for education, safety, health, etc. So parents feel a need. If a child gets hurt, parents suffer. There is no way we can disconnect those things. So because of which I would like to ask my fellow board members to kindly support this amendment, because this is the primal relationship which will help our children feel secure, feel a sense of belonging. I was specifically discussing today with our vice chair about children from LGBTQ. One of the reasons they struggle is because they don't feel a sense of connectedness. And sometimes there is mismatch. And that's where our education system, parents, and the child can all work together and get them the necessary resources. It's very important for immigrant families because a lot of immigrant families, you're trying to build a new home on an old foundation. So we parents come with our own set of ideas and biases of how the education should be. And sometimes it leads to intergenerational difficulty when parents are not, that parent-child relationship is not honored. So because of these three reasons, I would like to make sure that we include that line. That way, everybody will come out winners. So thank you.
Thank you,
I am
Director
getting a
Bethel.
request from our translation teams just to slow down just a little bit, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Director Bethel?
Thank you, Chair Avila. First, I'd like to say thank you to Vice Chair Carson Cottingham for reaching out to me today to ask me about just topics of tonight's board meeting and having discussion. I think it's, I just really appreciate that. And I think it's important that we can have that open, transparent dialogue. For this proclamation, first I want to say I'm super grateful that it's here. I'm a parent. It's no secret that I'm pretty passionate about parent activity in our schools. I also don't think it's a secret that the district as a whole really wants parents and guardians to participate. I have felt them talk about that a lot over the time that I've been on the school board and come to learn kind of the processes that go on behind the scenes. But I think one of the things that I'd like this proclamation to support is really us as a school board putting the onus of the vital role that parents and guardians play. They are the primary folks that are raising our kiddos. And we have been encouraging and begging at times for parents and guardians to really stand forward and to be more active in participating in their students' education. And I believe that this proclamation with this amendment provides that opportunity for parents to take responsibility, for parents and guardians to take responsibility, to acknowledge their primary role that they play in the lives of students, that education is a priority for all of us, but specifically them, so they have these kids raised how they see fit to be successful in the community. And then the word directing is something that that I actually added through just thought. As a mom, I find it critically important to the role of my children's lives to be very involved in all aspects of the things that they do, not just because I have experience, but because I enjoy it and they enjoy it when I'm there. Tonight, one of the parents specifically talked about it, Mr. Perez, and the impacts that he had as a student when his parents were participating and directing in his life. And we've heard multiple times throughout my tenure on the school board from parent groups, Salem-Keizer Coalition for Equality. Mary Sellis spoke again tonight. 22 years they've been advocating for access into their students' education, so their students are successful. And before, Betty from the NAACP has come and talked about the over 20 years of advocacy that they've been working towards for their community to really be active directing participants in their students' education. So I think this with the amendments encompasses all the things that I've been hearing over the years as a school board member and just as a parent in the community. And I would really encourage all of you to support this because I think it does a really good job of bringing all the voices together and working towards a real collaborative partnership of helping students be successful in our system. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Bethel. If none of the other directors are, go ahead, Director Carson Cottingham.
Thank you, Chair Avila. I want to second that I appreciated the conversation I had with Director Chandra Giri today and some back and forth conversations I had with Director Bethel and Hyan in preparation for the meeting. Not all at the same time, don't worry. I think from my reading, like I appreciate the thoughtful amendment. When I look at, the organization that brought this forward, I met with Linda Farrington a couple months ago now to have coffee, and I appreciate the group bringing this forward to the board, and we really wanted to consider it carefully. We also, took it to other organizations, as Chair Avila mentioned. And when I look at what's being proposed in the amendment, I don't think it substantively really changes the proclamation. And I think that I'll speak for myself only, am very committed to working with all parents across the district. And I completely respect and validate the role that parents, guardians, grandparents, elders, foster parents, anybody who is engaged in raising a child, like I respect that, that relationship and value it tremendously. And I think that that is what the words of the original proclamation say and what I can be committed to doing. So I don't think I'll be voting in favor of the amendment, but I appreciate the thoughtfulness.
Thank you, Director Carsey Cunningham. Director Knowles-Pressey.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we could potentially put the edits back on the screen. My neurodivergent brain does not function with this abstract right now. Thank you. Okay, so I was just really reflecting back on a comment that that we received during public comment, and it was something that really resonated with me, which is more of that us as parents have invited in this public school system to collaborate with us in terms of how our children are being educated and raised. But I was thinking if we could scroll down back to that, whereas that was omitted initially. Yes, okay. I was wondering if potentially if we could state, whereas the parent, guardian, child relationship shall be respected and supported. I don't know if, and I mean, this might just literally be splitting hairs and semantics. If we need to like specify each individual group, that was just kind of like a thought that I was having. Other than that, I mean, I'm good with moving forward with the proclamation as stated, or with that just minor change.
Just give me a cue if you'd like me to stop sharing.
Go ahead, Director.
If anybody can see me, I have my hand raised, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Was that a friendly amendment then, basically to change the word honored to respected? Was that what I was hearing?
Yeah, friendly amendment to respected and supported. And then I didn't know, I mean, and again, it could just be semantics if we needed to specify like each group.
No, it's all of them. You know, yeah. I think specifying all groups wastes words. All is all. And but I would accept your friendly amendment, changing the word honored to respected.
Thank you for that. I also appreciate everybody's comments as they've been given for this proclamation. And though I feel that many of these parents that were brought up, parent groups and communities that have been brought up by Director Bethel, yes, they've been advocating to understand the systems. As Director Chandigiri said, these are immigrant families who've come to learn a new system, learn a new language. A lot of times, learn to advocate for their children. As my mom would always tell me, you got to go to school. You got to go to school. You got to go to school. But she didn't know how. She didn't know what the process was. And so I value all these parents who are now advocates and have become learning to understand the K-12 system and the post-secondary system as well, to advocate for their children. But I also think it's honoring and respecting the school district, the teachers and educators who've committed a life to becoming educators with the best intentions for the children that participate and come in through their classrooms. And working with parents for individual plans for the children. You know, we kept hearing a lot of ORS today of 329 1.25, where yes, School districts provide opportunities for parents and guardians to be involved in establishing and implementing educational goals and to participate in decision-making at the school site. Really, I take that as individual goals, working with our teachers individually, with their own children during teacher-parent conferences, understanding their curriculum, as Superintendent Perry has explained, a process a little bit of how teacher teams come together to develop curriculums, lesson plans, and then make adjustments as they see the kids learning or falling behind, and then making corrections and adjusting and then bringing in parents and making sure the parents also have those resources and knowledge to be able to support their children and advocate for the children. So that being said, I do respect all the parents, but I cannot accept these as well. They cannot accept these amendments. So Director Guzman Ortiz.
Thank you, Chair Avila. Ethan, could we scroll up? I think there was another word and I can't see it currently.
Just let me know where to stop.
Yeah, I think there's 3 specific spots.
Yeah, this is the top, so.
Thank you. I'm really glad also to see this here. I've had a few conversations with, parents in the community as well and partners, and just, I speak often about my experience working very directly with families in my first role out of college, which was working with the Head Start program, right? And that was being in homes, family homes, sometimes for hours, checking in, and sometimes those conversations just went on. And this was something that we drilled down a lot, right? And like, for example, Head Start programs, that's just how they're set up, right? Looking at the whole family dynamic, and there's that beauty. The program is set up that way. And I'd love to see our district continue to work on this, right? We heard from Marisela and many others who have been working on this for a long, long time on strengthening the relationship between schools, district, and families. And, it's a two-way relationship is how I always think about it. And just like our students have relationships with their teachers and their schools, parents also have relationships with their school district and our individual educators in schools. So I'm just glad to see this come forth and appreciate all of the input and review that has gone into it. I'm wondering, I'm just kind of thinking about all of the comments that we did receive today and emails. I'd like to kind of keep it to that one sentence. If we have that, now we can scroll down, Yvonne. if we can like compromise on adding this additional whereas with the edit of shall be respected and supported, and leaving it at that. I think that might be I propose that as a compromise for us tonight. I do think that it's really important for us to support parents, and I love seeing that on here. There, it's very explicit, cooperating and collaborating and supporting parents. That is something that I would love for us to continue doing and striving for. It's continuous work. So,
thank you, Director Guzman Ortiz. Director Beto.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question of Director Guzman Ortiz. Were you supporting the friendly amendment by Director Jimenez-Presi for swapping the word honored for respected and supporting the rest of the amendment?
My suggestion is we keep the new whereas, and then swap the supported, and then leave everything else as it's come forth tonight without these additional amendments. I'm not sure if I'm.
So it does sound like there's some compromise going on with a couple of directors. So here's what I can propose is that I amend that we table this so that we can get correct language in this compromise, because I think it's Director Guzman Ortiz and Director Jimenez-Presi are not accepting the first two changes, which is, as we can see on the screen, and then Director Ethan, or Assistant Superintendent Ethan, can you scroll down? Wouldn't be accepting the directing either, but there would be somewhat of a change in this whereas. If I captured that right, please let me know, and then I'll get to Grace in a second.
Chair Avila, may I be heard just for a moment?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, you can do a motion to table, of course, but right now we have an amendment that's on under consideration. There's been some talk about a compromise amendment that uses part of the original amendment. My recommendation is finish the discussion on the amendment and vote on it, up or down. And then if there's another amendment that uses part of the language that that is, well, if the First Amendment does not pass, someone else can make another amendment with whatever language they're proposing. This does get trickier because we would like to show you what you're voting on, and it's hard to do that when there are competing amendments. So again, my recommendation is if we're done with the discussion on Director Hines' amendment, which includes the word change suggested by Director Hinojos Pressing, then vote on it. And if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, someone else can offer an amendment.
Understand. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Copples. Grace.
I like the idea of maybe a compromise. I'm not sure if adding another whereas. I guess for me, the 6th and 7th whereas is very similar to the addition of adding that one. Maybe I just don't understand the difference between the two, because to me, it comes off as a little bit redundant if you add that in with the current ones. So maybe just using some of the language from this one and adding it to either the 5th or 6th amendment, sorry. Because it seems similar in that you want to honor the relationship between parents and the school. I feel like it's giving off the same message to me.
Yeah, thank you for that, Grace. I do feel that we are stating this within the proclamation as it's written. Director Hine, last statement.
Yeah, so the changes I brought forth are the changes that were requested by parents. And being a parent, and my child's no longer in Salem-Keizer, but was at a time before Superintendent Perry was here, and I had issues, and I did not get help from the district. I got the runaround. It was just bad. It was like the kids belong to the government. The kids belong to the schools and the teachers. They didn't belong, my child wasn't my child. And that's not okay. The children have families and we work for them. And even if this is redundant, I think it clarifies the important role in a child's life of their families, their parents. And I think having it separate and very clear is a good thing.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Guzman Ortiz, last statement. It's our second time speaking.
I was just going to ask if I can move that we vote on this, on the amendment as brought forth by Director Hine.
We can. I need a second on the amendment. Is that correct, Mr. Tokopoulos?
No, you don't need a second. She's called the question.
So if we can vote on as right. Is. Okay. So I'll take a vote at this time. Ethan, could you please put down stop sharing the screen?
And just as a reminder, you had that friendly amendment that was accepted. So the word honored, I think, was respected. Is that correct?
But Director Knowles-Pressey, can you clarify that you still want the first two changes as brought forth by Director Hyatt included in that? Because that would make it completely different.
Sorry, having computer difficulties. Yeah, to clarify is that I think that we should have the whereas statement. I don't think that changing some of like the adjectives further up ahead are necessary. Like I think personally, I find like first and primary to be redundant. Like we could, and I don't want to get into semantics. I think we could just nix first and put primary because it's pretty much the same thing. But now I'm like further changing the amendment and I don't want to cause any more issues. So I think, I don't know how to proceed, I guess.
Well, we need to make sure that we know what the board is voting on. And my understanding was that the friendly amendment that was accepted by Director Hyen was changing the word in the, now I need to see the screen. I can't remember which whereas.
Could you go ahead and put it back up, Ethan? And let's put the friendly amendment in there just to make sure that we all are, and it's the word, I think from honored shall be respected was right. The word. Mm-hmm.
That was what I understand the friendly amendment was just that word, but nothing else about Director Hyen's amendment. Is that correct, Director Hyen?
That was my impression. However, if there was a second part of the friendly amendment that just changed the one whereas to whereas, stop scrolling, please. Stop scrolling, go back. Whereas parents and guardians have the primary responsibility for the education. I would totally go with that. I think what happened is because the word first was used and it's been used before, the parents didn't like being replaced. So, if the friendly amendment was changing from honored to the respected, and that we removed the word first so that it says parents and guardians have the primary responsibility for the education, nurturing, safety. I am good with that as a friendly amendment, as part of that friendly amendment as well. That does make sense.
So does that confirm for Director Knowles-Pressey, is that consistent with your understanding of your amendment? And we can move forward to the vote.
Okay, so just, a total clarification running through the whole thing. Yes, we would change parents and guardians have the primary responsibility for education, nurturing, safety, well-being, and then scroll down. Yes, okay. And so I don't know, I will be honest, I don't know how I feel about adding in the word directing their children's education. And then it would be whereas the parent-guardian-child relationship shall be respected.
Well, you did not make a motion on the word directing. So currently there is a vote on that includes the word directing in that paragraph. And I do not understand that there was a friendly amendment or any kind of an amendment relating to the word directing. And so my recommendation is at this point, if the question's been called, vote on the amendment. If it passes, you are done and you can have further discussion on the full proclamation. And if it fails, there can be another amendment. So go ahead and vote.
Director Guzman-Ortiz, it's okay to ask for the vote now, or you still have your hand up? Okay. So to accept Director Hyen's amendment with the friendly compromise suggested by Director Knowles-Pressey, All those in favor, raise your hand. Director Chandigiri, Director Bethel, Director Marty Hyan. All those against, please raise your hand. Director Avila, Chair Avila, Director Carson Conham, Director Vaz Martiz, and then Director Nels Pressey. So the amendment fails.
So you're back to the original.
Going to the original, and this is where we can also entertain another amendment. Is that correct? Okay, so Director Nels Pressey, you have your hand up.
Yeah, since I kind of like bungled this thing, I would like to amend. I would like to propose an amendment where it states the first.
Let's have him put it up.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you like me to put up the original?
No, put up the one with
in
the
agenda,
edits.
with the edits.
Please, that would be helpful. Okay, so since I bungled this, top, it would read, whereas parents and guardians have the primary responsibility for the education, nurturing, safety, and well-being of their children. My apologies, I realized I was speaking really quickly. And then scroll down. Not include directing, but yes, include whereas the parent-child relationship shall be, whereas the parent-guardian-child relationship shall be respected, and supported by teachers, counselors, administrators. I'm good with that.
Would you like Ethan to make the changes just so we can see them? Okay.
I second it.
Director Chandigiri seconds that. Now we're open for a discussion. Director Bethel.
I would like to thank Director Hino. I can never say your first part of your last name, but Maria for making that, and I support it. If we can get this going forward by just removing that one specific word, fine. I think for all intended purposes, the public at this point understands that the parents want to be fully participating in the education of their kids, calling the shots. If we can just get there, I think the world will be hunky-dory.
So I'm deleting directing, and then will you let me know the other edits?
So yes. It would be, it'd be deleting that, and then down below in the whereas, instead of the word honored, it would be respected. In the red text.
Yeah, strike the word honored
right there.
and put in respected. And then up near the top, Eton, strike the words first and.
That's it.
Okay. Director Chandigiri, do you have a discussion point?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And I really think this captures the intent behind it, and for a lot of our families from Asian background, we would have preferred the word honored, because in our tradition, that is how it is. It's an ancient tradition. And so, but respected is a good one. I think the greatest advantage of this is we all have to be working together. We cannot be triangulating parents and the teachers, our parents and school and child, because we all want the same thing. We want our children to do well, be safe, be healthy. So this is a great first step, and I urge our directors to please support this. And hopefully this will bring everybody together at a time like this where everybody is struggling, and we need to all work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Okay. I see no more further discussion. I'll take a vote.
Chair, can we see everybody's face, please?
Yeah, we put that down.
Thank you.
All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. We have Director Chandigiri, Director Mills-Presti, Director Bethel, Director Guzman-Ortiz, Director Hyan, and Director Carson-Canham. All those against? I guess it'd just be me, Chair Avila. And the reason for that is, the primary onus is, excuse me, the educators. I feel that are the ones responsible, right, for the education, and then working collaboratively with parents. So that amendment passes. Now we return to the original proclamation, and we need to take a vote on this as well, correct, Mr. Dacopoulos? You're muted, sir.
You voted for the whole thing with the amendment.
Okay.
So you can be done.
Okay. Director Carson-Carnham?
Yeah.
I thought we were just voting on the amendment.
Yeah, we were voting on the
Didn't we have to clarify that we were voting on the proclamation as amended?
Well, then
now?
go ahead then. I thought that had been clarified, but since it hasn't, so
Okay.
you passed the
I'd like
amendment.
to call the question on the proclamation as amended.
Okay. The proclamation as amended is up for vote.
Okay. Do I have a second? Director Bethel seconds. Discussion, Director Hyan?
I was just going to say that we had accepted the amendment and we had to vote on the whole thing at that point.
That's what.
You guys figured that out before you called on me. So.
Okay. So we're just going to do a quick vote to pass and accept this proclamation as amended. So all those in favor to accept the proclamation, raise your hand. All directors are in favor. Proclamation passes. Okay, thank you, everybody. Moving on to next is the Howard Street Charter School renewal request and direct the district to engage in contract negotiations. Superintendent Perry, may you please review this item?
All right, we do have Howard Street here with a presentation. You had a number of questions that you asked them. So Suzanne, Dr. West, would you like to introduce our principal and any guests tonight?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. We do have Principal Christina Tracy here tonight to respond to the questions from last time and share some additional information about Howard Street Charter School. We also have Kelby Childers here, the board chair for Howard Street Charter School, who will be able to answer some questions as well. Before we get to the Howard Street Charter School presentation though, next slide, please. Just a reminder where we are in the process for a charter renewal effort. There are 4 steps. When we met in December, on December 14th, that was step 1, that the school district formally received the intent to renew letter. Today is step 2. Within 45 days, we needed a public hearing to approve or deny renewal of the, let me rephrase that. There's a public hearing to approve or deny engaging with the charter school in a renewal process. So that's the board action today. It's not to actually renew the charter. It's to direct the school district to engage in a contract process with the charter school. And then we'll come back in 90 days if the board directs us to engage in that process with a negotiated agreement. So that's where we are in the process. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Principal Tracy to share some information about Howard Charter School.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing us some time to speak this evening. I am Christina Tracy. I'm the teaching principal at Howard Street Charter School, and this is my 25th year with Howard Street. And this is the 6th time we have come before the Salem-Keizer board for renewal. So thank you for giving me a chance to speak this evening, along with my board members, Eric Davis, who's our treasurer, and Kelby Childers, who's our chair. And I could talk forever, but I think that Jadzia and Eric did a great introduction this evening. So I will keep it brief, and hopefully if you have questions, please feel free to ask them. And I would encourage and invite any board member along with members of the public who are with us this evening, if you're interested in our program, to contact us and come see our new location in downtown Salem, which we're super excited about. So if I could go on to the next slide, I just want to briefly give you an overview of our program, share who we are and who we are becoming, because like all schools, we are evolving as well. Next slide, please. So if you don't know much about Howard Street, we are a project-based learning school, middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And our concept is around what we call the 3 E's. So Einstein, Ellington, and Esperanza, in which students are taking a large core program. Einstein, obviously, for our STEM programs, which we include health in that. Ellington for the visual and performing arts. And then Esperanza is for our social studies, humanities, and Spanish program. We are proficiency-based assessment, so we use state standards and score students against the standard so that all students can continue to grow and feel success. And we also have what are called the EMBER habits. These are the learning behaviors that we have students self-score along with use in our student-led conferences and other ways. These come from Stanford, from the Hearts of Habit and the Habits of Heart and Mind. And so rather than doing all 21 of them, we picked 5. And students came up with the acronym, which is EMBER, standing for Excellence, Mindfulness, Be Creative, Empathy, and Responsible Risks, which are characteristics of our social emotional learning program that we have been using for a very long time. So if you could go on to the next one. However, since you've seen us last in 2017, we've had 3 major changes. There's been a lot more than that, but the 3 I'll focus on is we have moved to our new downtown location, and we opened our doors on January 6th of 2020. We were there for 9 weeks before COVID sent us into digital learning, and we were able to return to hybrid in the spring of 2021, and we have been there full-time ever since in downtown Salem at 625 Marion Street. There's a large parking lot in front, and Cinnabar is right across the street. We increased our enrollment from 168 to we are now at 192. This was in an effort to assist with funding, along with providing more opportunities for students in our community. And of course, like everyone, we have handled the COVID pandemic with digital learning, providing devices for our families, along with assistance for Wi-Fi and things like that. We did have a great turnout during digital learning. We did a little bit of classes each day. So mornings or afternoons were reserved for learning, and then the other half of the day was for more of that practical learning. So if you could go on to the next one. Like many schools, we have been on our own equity journey, and part of that is coming from our background when we started in 1997 as an alternative school, and then we were grandfathered in as the Oregon law came on board in the year 2000. And at that time, we really made a concerted effort that if we did something for one school, like go to a parent-teacher meeting or send posters, that we sent them to all schools. So we were trying to provide equal information to families in Salem-Keizer. But along our journey, we are finding that, of course, we also want to reach those underrepresented populations that may not have access to public education in the form of a charter school. So how can we reach out to communities in different ways in order to meet their needs and tell them more about what is a charter school? Because we are a public charter school, and Salem-Keizer took the risk of having one of the first charter schools in the state of Oregon. So we're appreciative of that. And I'll just show you a little equity data as we go here. So our equity work in the last 2 years is one of them has been selecting a central location for our new home. So previously we were in the South Salem Annex, which is now the beautiful Rose Auditorium out there. And being more centrally located 3 blocks from the Chariots bus station has allowed us to access students from different parts of Salem that we might not have been able to access before. Our board has been doing equity work through a novel, through a book, Belonging Through a Culture of Dignity. We had our admissions policy reviewed by Dr. Richardson at the NAACP Salem, who helped us with some firsts, including last year was the first time that we collected data on the applicant pool. We have always collected, of course, information about who our students are and were, but who was actually applying to the applicant pool we had not collected before. Last year was also the first year we accepted applications online via email. COVID has helped us a lot grow in some of those manners, so we're appreciative of that. I continue to be able to attend the great district trainings with Dr. Khalifa and others through equity training. We did an academic study when we moved into our new space in January through March of 2020, in which we were studying homelessness and the situation in downtown Salem. It started as an academic study and became more and more focused on what is happening specifically in Salem. And currently, starting tomorrow, we're starting, and you might have seen it in the newspaper, we have a project, Making a House a Home, in which we're providing artwork for the Salem micro shelters. We've had different representatives from the city of Salem, Church in the Park, and other organizations that are helping with this project. And we are going to be helping with some artwork of to decorate the micro shelters to help them feel more like homes. And of course, we're always working to recruit board members to the Howard Street board, just like there's a volunteer board as well. Next slide, please. So just for some information, and this is in the public packet so you can see, but we had never collected who was applying to Howard Street before, and it was an optional question, and 98 out of 155 applicants answered this question, and we did not provide it in a check the box format. We left it open so that families could identify with whatever cultural background that they wish to put, and you can see the diversity of their answers here. One of the things that I was surprised at and grateful for was for our Native American populations to also include their tribal affiliations in this way, so we could learn more about that as well. And we also included an optional question about how do families hear about Howard Street, and 126 of the 155 answered this question. And I just wanted to note that last year was the first time that all 5th grade parents in Salem-Keizer received an email giving information about not just us, but other charter schools as well. And you can see that made the list of how some of our families heard about Howard Street, along with the Salem-Keizer website as well. So I appreciate that. And then our changing populations. So you can see the first line here, and I won't read through all the numbers, but you can see them for yourselves, was our 2017 demographics data. And then the last one is our demographics for this particular year. And as we have added students, the students that we are reaching are of a more diverse background along the way. So you can see that as well. And one of the things I just wanted to note, and I don't know what normal is anymore, but we have not had the ability to have in-person information nights for parents. So all of our recruiting in our new space so far has been through digital means and through paper electronics. So one day we're hoping to be able to invite community members into our space for the parent evening and student tours like we have done in the past. Including more on our diversity, you can see the population now is also more identifying as male and non-binary. So we're including that in part of our population. We've increased our number of special education students along with our ELL population. And one thing of note is that we are bringing students from home and private school back into public education in some ways for the first time. And I just wanted to note that 7 of those were only in 5th grade, which might have to do with digital learning during the age of COVID. But others are coming to public education as well. And then you can see some of the languages that our families are using at home. We use an app on the phone called Class Dojo, when we post messages for families, families are allowed to select what language they see that information in. And for the first time this year, our application, which just came out on Monday, will be available in Spanish, Russian, and Marshallese. And then here's where our sixth graders would have gone if they weren't with us. And we are working on kind of trying to balance out that system. And you can see that we're starting to reach some areas like Walker and Straub and Whitaker that we had not reached before. And then our staff, we have a small teaching staff. I am a half-time administrator and a half-time teacher. We do not have a counselor or behavioral specialist. We have a 0.6 special education teacher who's also a case manager, and that's an increase from in the past. We have a half-time special education instructional assistant. And then we have a teaching staff of 7 full-time teachers, 4 part-time, and 3 classified staff. And our staff are mostly identify as female. We do have a number of bilingual speakers, including myself and my Spanish teacher, of course, and then we have conversational Spanish and German. The application process is an ever-evolving one that just opened this week. So applications are coming up in January. And then you can see in step 2 in mid-February, we'll have a parent informational night and optional school tours if we're in the better times. Eventually, what we'd like to do is have 1 Zoom event and then 1 in-person event and the student tours. Our applications are always due the first Friday in March. We accept them in hard copy, fax, email, and completed applications are then enter into a lottery system. And we literally have a little lottery machine from Walmart that has little tiles in it, and we draw the tiles. Last year was our first lottery on Zoom. So we recorded that and put it on Zoom so that parents could see it. And then our families accept their positions in April. And those are also going to be 1 Zoom event and hopefully 1 in-person event eventually. And then the cycle continues. So once a student is drawn in the lottery, we draw all of their numbers and we create a waiting list. And if there is an opening, then the first person on the waiting list is called to be offered admission. Last year, we accepted 64 6th graders, and we had 155 applications for those positions. And then just lastly, our culture, our community, and our social emotional learning. So we've been building a culture of excellence and SEL for some time now on year 25. I was one of the founding members of the school, and I'm very grateful that we continue to grow and prosper in downtown Salem now. We have a 92% graduation rate over our 25 years. Regardless of which Salem-Keizer High School a student goes to. We do participate in Panorama, thanks to the district support there. And according to our students, based on their surveys, our highest categories are rigorous expectations, a growth mindset, school safety, teacher-student relationships, and positive feelings. And then last spring, thanks to all of the COVID part, we wanted to know how we were doing. And our parents gave us feedback around positive communication during the pandemic, keeping high expectations in online classes every day, and then focusing on students as whole people with fun advisory lessons to support kids during online learning. All of our students have an advisor, and they are an adult that they work with once a week for an hour. And that is a person that is kind of their advocate along the way. So I know that you might have many more questions, and I know in the past, one thing that was talked about was transportation. And one reason we moved to our location was to be closer to the city bus system, as we sometimes use Salem-Keizer buses if there's space on them when we were at South, but in our new downtown location, that has been less open. So I will leave it open to questions.
Thank you for that amazing presentation. I'm astounded. Wow. I will ask for the presentation to get put down so I can see any hands up. Director Bethel.
Thank you, Chair Avila. I don't have any questions. I just want to say I fully support this. each time it comes forward. In fact, all charter schools I think are fantastic. I would highly encourage any board member that has not gone on a tour to go. Mrs. Tracy is amazing. Her staff is equally amazing. And when I went on the tour, it was a while ago. I admittedly, because COVID happened and I haven't been able to be in a new facility, but I drive by it regularly. But when I first went on a tour at the old location, 2 students escorted me through the building, classroom and project by project. And it really showed me why we needed this specific type of a program in our community through the eyes of these kids. So I'll be supporting this. I'm always going to support them, and I hope the rest of you do too. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Nojas Pressy.
Thank you. So I was wondering, so the 92% graduation rate, so that's like overall, like we track these students through the district. That's amazing. But so my actual question here is, you said that you sometimes y'all try to use the city bus. And how has that been? Like, is there anything like maybe like a collaboration we might be able to foster? Shameless plug.
Well, in the past, Chariots was more open to having students have free bus passes and things like that. And that was a while ago when we were in our other location. But some of our families, if they're having transportation issues, we really work to try and do carpools and things like that. But some of our 8th graders are like, yeah, I'm ready to use the city bus. And we purchase city bus passes if that's what they need to get to school. So we're happy to help with that. It would be great if it was a more consistent component, but we're just getting our legs under us in our new spot. So it is certainly something we're working on.
Okay, well, I'll definitely be following up.
Yeah, yes, please.
And I believe Director Nojas Pressy might be helping the district as well with that shameless plug for bus routes.
I'm trying.
Director Chandigiri.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Principal Tracy. Just like Director Bethel said, 2 students came into and that they said the same thing what you told me, and I finally met you. It's from top to bottom, bottom to top, everywhere. It's the same culture that really impressed me. So that's a beautiful thing. What I really liked about this is you bring 3 components: your school, parents, and the children together. You know, my son went through the theater and Mr. Salberg, Robert Salberg, and, you know, so I think yours is a very good benchmark that we really have to scale it up for throughout our system, because these are like the nuggets of excellence. And somehow if you can capture the elements, what you do, then you can incorporate it into all school systems. It'll be so beautiful. So thank you for doing an excellent work. I'll be supporting this renewal step 2. So thank you for keeping up a wonderful program here for us.
Thank you. Grace.
So you had mentioned that Howard Street kind of runs on like a lottery at admissions. What's the, maybe I don't understand like the lottery part super well, but what's the thinking behind doing a lottery as opposed to like an application review when admitting students?
Yeah, so all Oregon charters are governed by the Oregon Charter Law, which requires an equitable lottery. And the lottery procedure is designed to make sure that you have enough applicants. Obviously, if you have more applicants than spots at your school, then it's a random draw. There has come on board in recent years a weighted lottery to try and help with some of the programs. So for example, Arco Iris in Portland, in Beaverton area, is trying for a truly bilingual school of 50% native Spanish speakers and 50% native English speakers, which is really hard to do if you just have a lottery system and everybody is in that. So they are conducting kind of looking at the lottery of how to meet that. So we are looking at how to market better in our Salem-Keizer community and to reach communities that we haven't reached before, along with language supports as well. So the lottery is mandated by state law.
Okay, I see.
Thank you. Director Guzman-Ortiz.
Thank you. Grace kind of touched on what my question was going to be, but thank you so much for sharing all of this information. And, you know, I've definitely had classmates who've gone to charter schools went to, specifically this one was South Salem, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. I considered sending my middle schooler there. And the hurdle for me, honestly, as a parent in applying was the paper application and having to drive from my job to deliver it. And I was 1 minute late and it was not taken, right? And I was frustrated. And so I'm glad that is being addressed, right? Looking at other, and COVID has pushed us into other means. I hear you reference the weighted application. And I think that's one thing that's just kind of been on my mind regarding the charter school. So are there considerations for a weighted, it sounds like the weighted portion is, I'm not sure if it's like goes into the application or if it goes into the actual drawing piece, or I don't know exactly what the process would look like, but are there considerations for adding any of those like weighted components based on underserved communities? I think I appreciated the very detailed information, like for demographics and languages. That's really helpful to see who's attending and where the necessary outreach is. So, general question: is that in being considered at all?
Yeah. So one of the things that we're considering first is to find out who our applicant pool actually is. And last year was the first time that we actually collected that data. So who is actually applying, and then is the lottery itself actually reaching all the pools of people that we're trying to get to? So that's our first step. Part of that is then also to consider the weighted lottery, not immediately, but do we do it by zip code, or are there other ways that you could have this reach all the parts of Salem and all the communities of Salem? So we're trying first, Director Ortiz, to use language and placing things like posters at the Boys and Girls Club and making sure that our application is in multiple languages before we have headed down the weighted lottery component. There are no Oregon schools yet doing the weighted lottery. It is fairly new. So we are still reviewing that and finding out if that is something that will help us diversify our population.
Thank you. And I had a second, if I may, Chair. And that was, I noticed you mentioned there's no like counselors or behavioral specialists, and I'm curious how behavior is addressed at the school. And I know that, nationwide, we've seen an increase in behavior for many, many reasons. So I'm curious to hear how you are addressing and working with students and families on this.
Yeah, so there's kind of two fronts. First of all, we try to be proactive in building community as soon as possible. So right from the beginning of assigning an advisor, working with families, meeting families, students, all of those components. One of our best supports this year, thanks to Chris Moore and the district, has been partnering us with Stronger Oregon, who have been able to provide some counseling and therapy for mental health specifically. But mostly our supports for behavior have been to teach culture, practice culture, talk about issues with families and students as they go, and try and be as proactive as possible. So building positive relationships has been our way that we have been working through student behaviors. Now, don't get me wrong, this year has been a challenge, and that some of those cyberbullying and things like that Superintendent Perry was mentioning, we have been assisting families with trying to help that as well. So really educating parents and working with kids. A kid is acting in a certain way because of some reason, and can we get to the reason?
I don't see any other directors with their hands raised, and I'll just make sure, but I may also ask a question is, I really love the focus and the commitment, the leadership from you stemming down, moving from equality to equity, and all the strategies that you've mentioned to incorporate more of what type of demographic students and families are missing from your vision. because what I heard from the testimony today from two different former two former students, huge impact that you all had on them. And I imagine the stories. I'm reviewing your website over here, so my head was kind of tilted and reviewing everything. So I really appreciate that. And then kind of along the lines with Director Guzman Ortiz, as you're trying to reach more demographics, probably low SES families, what do meal plans look like? Is there a cost, or is there scholarships for families to be able to attend your institution, your middle school?
So there is no cost to attend Howard Street. We are a public school. We are also our own national school lunch provider. So we have free and reduced lunch along the way for all of our students. We have a tiny kitchen and we work with fresh and local foods down on Front Street who provide us with our meals and with fresh fruits and vegetables and milk every day for kids. During COVID, we did box meals for all of our families and using COVID funds to pay for that so that all of our families had food security during all of the digital learning along with this year. So using seamless summer options in order to help with costs so that food is not an issue for our families.
Great, that's wonderful. And I'll just ask Mr. Davis, your perspective, recommendations, or final words for our board before I ask Director Guzman Ortiz to share. I see she has her hand back up.
Well, I've been a volunteer at Howard Street since my daughter attended there 12 years ago. I think that probably gives you a little bit of idea of how I feel about the organization. I do know when we went through the transition, previous board members have shared similar concerns around equity work, and we look at that very seriously and are trying to identify a balanced way to continue to move down the path. It's something that is very important to us. It's also important that we do it within an environment that still allows Howard Street to maintain the type of education that you have been able to witness from a few of the past students that were able to describe what they experienced there. It's very unique. I grew up here. The public school system back in the 80s and 70s when I was in school here had very similar small group learning applications that you see within a Howard Street environment that I think is part of the reason. A child that may be a little bit shy or looking to find their voice finds a safe haven in a school like Howard Street. So I look at it as something that is very dear to my heart, and trying to be able to continue that and be able to find ways to message that to underserved communities that it could be a solution for as well.
Great, wonderful. I see two more questions. Director Guzman Ortiz and then Director Hine.
Super quick. I just love learning and just more information. I'm curious about retention. I didn't hear that piece of what's the retention from when students enter at the kindergarten level and they can stick to grade 5. So just broad.
So it kind of depends. As a middle school, when a 6th grader comes in, usually we have a high retention. Usually it's moving out of state or moving out of city because we are only open to students who live within the Salem-Keizer community. So you have to have an address within the Salem-Keizer boundaries to attend. But we do have high retention for students, and it kind of depends on the year. COVID has sent many people south, it appears, but we have many students who stay all 3 years, and it's over 90% in almost all grades.
Thank you, Director Hyatt.
Yes, I don't have a question. I have a plug for charter schools. So my son really was blessed. He won the lottery for Howard Street and J. Gems, and it was a difficult choice. His best friend went to Howard Street, but David went to J. Gems because it was at Waldo, at least that first year, and he could actually walk. That was the biggest challenge for us is getting our student to and from school, and we usually ended up carpooling with other families. Charter schools offer such an awesome opportunity. They are small communities. They are just awesome. And the only thing wrong with charter schools is there's not enough of them, because more kids deserve the kind of opportunities they get at JGEMS and Howard Street.
Well, thank you. Any final closing thoughts, Ms. Tracy?
No, I just want to encourage any board member if you're interested. And of course, Superintendent Perry has been super supportive of our program. And I'm just grateful for the collaboration that the district has with us. That was not always the relationship of our school with the Salem-Keizer district when we started. And I feel like we have really been seen and appreciated and valued as an opportunity and a school of choice in Salem-Keizer for students.
Well, that's wonderful. Like I said, the leadership from top to down, both of you share is probably one of the reasons why she's invested in your school. So I appreciate all the hard work that you do. So at this time, then I would like to ask if we have a motion to enter with the Howard Street Charter School renewal process with the district and to engage in contract negotiations. Director Hyen.
Yeah, so moved.
Director Carson Cottingham, do I have a second?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I second.
Great. Do we need a discussion? Any further discussion? Director Noah Espressi?
I just want to say that I love hearing about all of the work that you folks have been putting in, and I'm so grateful of this charter school and the community that is being fostered here at Salem-Keizer. And so thank you so much. And I'm just a big humanities person, so I'm happy to see humanities in our schools, and would love, further down the road to, scale this, expand more humanities. I mean, it's called humanities for a reason, right? So thank you so much.
Thank you. I was actually reading my personal philosophy statement back in grad school today. Okay, no more discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand. I see all directors in favor with motion passes. So congratulations, and district will follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Okay. Do you guys want to push through, or do you guys need a quick 2-minute break? Quick little break, it looks like. Yes, 2 minutes. Okay. What time is it? Let's see you guys at 9:18. item number 6 of our consent calendar. I'll ask our Superintendent Perry to review these items. She's adjusting her camera.
Sorry about that. I took longer than 2 minutes.
No worries.
All right. So we're on the consent calendar. And you have 3 items on the consent calendar: the acceptance of the grants, personnel actions, and then the approval of the contract for our new Chief Operations Officer, Robert Silva. So with that, I'll let you entertain a motion.
Yes. Many board members wish to pull an item from the consent calendar. Director Bethel.
I didn't want to pull an item. I just wanted to make a motion to approve it as listed.
Great. Do we have a second? We heard is that Director Nones Pressy?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a discussion? I was just gonna say congratulations, Mr. Silva, but Director Bethel?
Just gonna say, I'm super excited for Mr. Silva to be in this role. Like, wow, great decision. I don't know if I actually replied to Christy when she sent the email telling us, but I had all the intentions of saying, well done. So I really look forward to you being in this role and carrying Salem-Keizer into the next phase of things under your leadership.
Thank you.
Director Chandagiri?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I am so excited, Mr. Silva, that you're considering this position. You know, I saw what a beautiful contribution you made towards our digital divide and how you plugged it in. When we suddenly had to go overnight, all, remote. In the beginning, we didn't even know how many didn't have devices, let alone how many didn't have internet access, etc. What I was impressed is your can-do attitude. Within a week, you distributed 32,000 devices to 42,000 kids and families, and got them like 10,000 internet hubs. And you said, no, we'll get it done. So I think in the calm way you handled it when all of us were internally kind of worried what is going to happen to their health, connectivity, education, or whatever it is. You just solved the problem without seemingly perturbed by it. So I think we need your leadership, and thank you for stepping up for this role. And we're all going to be blessed with having you in this role. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Could I add one comment too?
Yes.
I just had this memory of, it was about the 10th of March in 2020 when we were all sure we couldn't switch to remote learning. And all the cabinet members, all instructional leaders in the room. And it was Mr. Silva who just kind of called us out and said, no, we could do this. That whole can do, we will do this, we can do this. And it was a pretty impressive moment of his leadership. So I just wanted to share that story.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard some very highly spoken words of you and your attitude, and I hope that resonates among all the staff that you're going to be overseeing and within the district. So thank you. Director Nones Pressy?
Yeah, just wanted to iterate that one team, one TIS has stuck with me since that interview. So I think about that a lot. So I just appreciate your leadership so much.
And my team will love that you remembered that.
Nice. Okay, so we have a motion, we have discussion, finished discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand. All directors are in favor, motion passes. Everything is passed. Okay, moving on to action item number 7, readings. Resolution of authorizing the agreement of request from the City of Salem to the Salem-Keizer School District Taxing District. And then B. So we have 2 of these taxing requests. So I'll ask Superintendent Perry to review. Go for it.
And I'm so very quickly going to pass it off to our new Chief Operations Director, Robert Silva. Mr. Silva.
Thank you very much. Chair Avila, Superintendent Perry, members of the board. Chair, if it's okay with you, I'd like to tackle both of these at the same time.
Absolutely.
Okay, so tonight we have the first reading of 2 resolutions authorizing the agreement of request from the City of Salem to the Salem-Keizer School District Taxing Authority. The Salem City Council enacted the Multiple Unit Housing Tax Incentive Program in 1976 to provide tax exemptions for up to 10 years to stimulate the construction of transit-supportive multiple unit housing in the core areas of Oregon's urban centers, to improve the balance between the residential and commercial nature of those areas. The first project, Resolution 2021-22-11, also named City Center Apartments from DD Salem Center 2 LLC, is seeking a 10-year tax exemption for an 87,323 square foot mixed-use building that will add 157 residential units downtown and one 490 square foot commercial unit located at 420 Center Street Northeast, where the Nordstrom building currently resides. Salem City Council determined that the application for tax exemption met 5 public benefits, including rental rates accessible to a broad range of mixed incomes and the redevelopment of an underutilized or blighted property. The second project, Resolution 2021-22-12 from Saymax LLC, is seeking a 5-year tax exemption. And it also, for adding 2 1,100 square foot residential units and renovating the existing 5,800 square foot commercial space located at 231 and 233 Commercial Street Northeast in downtown Salem. Salem City Council determined that the application for tax exemption met 6 public benefits, including special architectural features with a facade that dates back to 1867 and is reportedly the oldest brick, mortar, and iron building in Salem. These requests from the city are presented for first reading and will be brought back to you for action at your February 8th meeting. City leadership has expressed interest in a potential presentation at a work session to provide board members a better understanding of the program. Please let us know if that's something that you'd be interested in.
Great. Yeah, I just want to remind everybody this is our first reading, so got some homework to do. But I see also Director Bethel raised her hand.
Thank you, Chair Avila. I don't know that overall we need a work session. If other members of the board would like that, I'd be interested in it. But I would be interested in a conversation with the city around kind of their housing needs plan and how these particular developments really support the affordable workforce housing challenges that the city is facing within the city limits. I read through these clearly, and although I saw rental rates for one particular unit property, I didn't for the other. I don't know that I'll be able to support them in the future because I don't know that they align with providing access to workforce housing in the downtown area where I think it's highly needed, where folks can access, services on foot or by city transportation and things of that nature. I understand that it's met several of some of the requirements, but when we talk about housing needs, I don't know that we're talking about having a real big need in this community of high-end housing in general. So I just want to put that on the record, and I'm happy to have those conversations with the city in general.
Any other further comments? Okay, Director Chandiguri.
Yeah. I think I will support this for the following reason. I think as a city, we need to grow. We need to have more options. The housing has become almost impossible for most families, including teachers and other professionals. So, having this opportunity is also very helpful because in the downtown area, hopefully at some stage, our city leaders will think of better transportation and less reliance on driving around. And so I think it is a win-win situation. We can't support, we can't have workforce come to our community and work in various locations, if you don't have opportunity to live. And, so I think it is becoming a very big problem. We need to kind of balance it out in terms of teachers and staff and government employees living there and finding a way to use public transport. So if you don't have such opportunity to incentivize this, we are only, looking at some very expensive housing, which is beyond the capacity of, say, young families starting out or a new people starting a new job. So I will support this. And it is a very complex issue. And so this is the way I think our city will grow. We'll be able to attract people to live locally. Not everybody can buy a new home in South Salem. Some of those newer individual units that's coming up, it's becoming very expensive. So I think this will be the way to start thinking in terms of developing our city, and hopefully we'll have some changes.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe that concludes readings for A and B. Thank you, Mr. Silva. I'll introduce a reading of our Board Governance Policy 11, BG 11, revised to include an addition of second vice chair. So I'll read it as we've written it. Board leadership has written it. It's select a second board vice chair as a third member of board leadership. We have A, B, and C. So A is for the remainder of the 21-22 school year, board leadership will appoint will appoint a board member to serve as a second board vice chair and share in the work of board leadership. B, beginning within the 2022-23 school year, the board will elect a second board vice chair to share in the work of board leadership. And then C, the second board vice chair may assume the duties of the chair or vice chair as needed. So that is what we are proposing with this change to BG 11. Director Hyan?
Yes, thank you. So I won't be in support of this. Anytime a new board member came on after I did, I tried to have a conversation with them in the boardroom, which is kind of hard to do when you're remote all the time. But, that the first year, listen and learn, because if you've never been on the board before, there's a lot you don't know. People looking from the outside in don't understand all the inner workings of the board. And, I just can't support this. I know it's a lot of work. I've been a board chair, and Danielle and Satya have been in leadership. We all know it's a lot of work, but that comes with the territory that comes with that position. And probably it won't be as bad next year because y'all will have some experience. I understand it's kind of tough this year, but I don't agree that we need another position.
Great, thank you. Director Carson-Cunningham?
Thank you, Chair Avila. I just wanted to weigh in quickly. It's the first reading tonight of this proposed change to Board Governance Policy 11. I think we are in unprecedented times in public schools, and I think that it's fairly common for a governing board to have more than two people in board leadership. Often a board has a treasurer or secretary or other elected leadership position, and we're not structured in that manner right now in Salem-Keizer. And so I think there would be huge value in having an additional person added to board leadership. It still leaves us short of the quorum, but there are so many issues that we want to tackle. I think we'll be getting into some of those when we finally have the retreat that we think is going to align with most people's schedules, which has been really hard because we're all very busy people. But I think in that retreat and with what we've already set out to accomplish, there's a lot to be done. And I think it would be wise for us to have an additional person in leadership to tackle some of those issues because, the future is a bit uncertain. Schools nationwide are facing things they haven't had to face. We're still in the middle of a pandemic, and I think it would add value and some more continuity to a board that is governing, a district of our size. So that's why I would support this change in policy.
Mr. Dikopoulos.
Thank you. I wanted to weigh in on this. Just as a starting point, Chapter 332 authorizes and requires you to elect a chair and a vice chair. It's silent as to a second vice chair. I don't think there's any reason that you couldn't elect a second vice chair. I think you do need to decide two things. Number one, what do you call the second vice chair? We do need to differentiate between the vice chair and the vice chair number two, or the whatever we call this second vice chair. We need to have a name. Secondly, we need to define what will the vice chair, the second vice chair, do. This is a change to BG 11, but I want to point out for the board, and we'll need to think about this and talk about this a bit. But BG 9 defines the board chair's role. And the board chair does a lot of things under your BG policy 9. I won't read all of them, but and just for example, the board chair makes all interpretive decisions that fall within the topics covered by board policies, coordinates the evaluation of the superintendent, signs all contracts, etc. The last provision in BG 9 says, and I quote, "In the absence or inability of the board chair, the board vice chair shall have all of the powers and duties of the board chair." So I think that you all need to consider that when, if you decide to have a vice chair number two, do you want the vice chair number two to have all of the powers and the duties of the board chair if the vice chair and the board chair are not available? So we need to think of that. And in addition, that same section says, in the absence of both officers, the superintendent will designate a board chair until a temporary presiding officer is elected. So the idea is that if you had a board meeting where the chair and vice chair were not present, the way that you would handle that is to designate a board chair. And right now you have a board policy that says the superintendent designates the board chair. And so if you change BG 11, we need to think about the implications for BG 9. None of this is, certainly none of this is impossible to do, but I want to encourage the board to think of the implications if you do have a vice chair number two. Are you giving the vice chair number 2 all of the powers and duties of the vice chair in the absence of the chair and the vice chair? So these are things for us to think about and be thoughtful about.
Thank you for all that, Mr. Dukopoulos. Director Bethel?
Thank you. So just a couple things on this, because I put a lot of thought into it and I appreciate the concept overall. First, I just want to say on the record that I serve as a second vice chair on a statewide organization, and the first vice chair is called first vice chair. So that might be the solution to one of the things that Mr. Dukopoulos is presenting, and the definition can come later if that's the thing. But I just wanted to say that everything that Director Carson Cunningham suggested is completely accurate in my opinion, because I was the vice chair before while Dr. Chandragiri was the chair. And since we've been in this virtual state and the COVID reality that we're all facing, it's been just a constant pelting of chasing this or that and trying to partner with the district and supporting the superintendent and all the things. And leadership has a unique perspective because they're basically more often than not the first line of contact from the superintendent. That being said, for me, what I would hope that this board could do is see ourselves on an equal playing field, because I believe we're all equals as independent elected individuals serving and representing the district. I think that we all have passions and perspectives and skill sets that we bring to this board. And one of the things that I think was missed coming into this current school year, and I'm not placing fault, I think it was missed, was the opportunity for board leadership to connect with each individual board member to say, what are you passionate about? What have you been working on? What would you like to work on? Here's some of the priorities that we think we'd like to bring forward, and how can we partner on those? And then have those individual board members step forward to lead, participate, guide, all the things. I don't know that it's necessary to have a second vice chair to do that. And I just don't think that is the way this board has ever operated traditionally. This is my 3rd year on the board, and I have sat in on many things that the full board has discussed in the boardroom. And I've raised my hand and said I would love to participate and lead, if you will, or be a liaison and bring back. And the board supported that, and that occurred. I've led projects, met with superintendent, met with our lawyer, brought that information back, met with another board member or two. So there's ways to do this without having to modify and enhance leadership, because I don't know that structure really helps at all. Right now, when we have agenda planning, there still can only be 3 board members there. So is it always only going to be board leadership? How does the other 4 members participate if you add that second vice chair position? So although I understand the intention behind it, because I think you absolutely need to balance that workload amongst all 7 of us, I think there's an alternate way to get there by working as a team through communication and so forth. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Director Chandragiri.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you for all sharing that, Director Bethel. And, my sense would be, in the middle of a crisis, let's not tinker with the policy. We really have to really ride through this. And we are all here to help. We are all here to help. Please, I really appreciate the phone call this afternoon when Vice Chair, you called me and you're going to have lunch with me on Thursday. I think we are all here and eager and waiting to help. So that's number one. Second thing, we went through, Director Bethel and I were just put in that position last year. So we trust us. We will all work together. This shouldn't send a message to the community that we are not able to get through this. We have to really, 7 of us have to tap into 7 of our strengths and see how we can support you and Chair, and together we can get through this. The second piece is a little confusing. I shared with you, Vice Chair. Last year I had to cross this without going into all the details. There was a situation of, potential litigation against the board leadership. And we really had to really be very careful not to include more people into that and expose them to litigation, because it'll all come out of the district resources. So there is a piece to it. Who becomes board leadership? Who becomes the focus of if there is any conflict with any agency or anything else? Then we don't want to expose more people and that much more stress on the district resources. And so that piece is really critical to work it out. Who is the legally elected person who will stand there or who will be named in the litigation? I'm not saying that is going to happen. Board decisions, if they are collective, as our policy indicates, then we are assuming that we are distributing amongst ourselves. I believe, Mr. DeCopoulos can correct, you can essentially help train all of us by designating one of us as the presiding officer so we can practice how to run a meeting. And behind the scene, up to three people, we had meetings with superintendent to discuss some very important issues so that we can do the background understanding. So that way we made sure all 7 of us were completely well-versed to what is going on. And so there are ways to achieve the intent of it. We do not want the 2 of you to be taking all the burden on your own and feel so stressed. In a way, we need to make some changes. And please reach out, and we are really wanting to take some weight off your shoulder, and we really want to work together and make sure that we bring this so that we can not only share what we learned, what mistakes we made, so that moving forward the next year, we don't have to go through what we went through. We also learned through the hard way. We are not perfect. Just had to jump in. We dealt with multiple disasters back to back. So we have some experience of getting beat up. We can help you not to go through that. And we are more than helpful. The 3 of us are willing to help.
Thank you very
much. Let's not change the policy, because then it becomes this new source of trouble moving forward. The next board will feel something else, then what do we do? That's the only reason I'm trying to say. Let's not make it a top-heavy board. That's all I'm trying to say, so that it becomes more barrier. The community will get confused. Who is in the leadership? Who should they go first and second and third? So that is the reason I would caution you not to tinker with the policy.
Thank you very much, Director Chandiguri. Director Carson Cunningham.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond quickly to Mr. DeCopoulos. Thank you for pointing out that we would need to update the other policy that is related. To Director Bethel's comment around first vice chair and second vice chair, that's absolutely what the intent was, that would be the name. You'd have a first vice chair and second vice chair. So any language changes or, edits, those types of things, please send our way as we continue to explore and think through this. I really appreciate everybody's thoughts and feedback, and totally happy to have other conversations, before our next meeting to explore this more, and potentially flesh out more of what a job description would look like for a second vice chair and some of the more operational pieces. The intent was also in C of our proposed amendment here is that the second board vice chair would assume the duties of the chair or vice chair as needed. So they would be able to step in as would any other board member. If the second vice chair wasn't available, the chair can designate any of the directors to chair the meeting and step into that role. So can definitely clean up some of those issues or change things, open to feedback. Always really helpful if you can get that to us sooner rather than later, so we can work through the language and get it back out to everybody else. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Nohos-Pressy.
I would just like to comment that to me, coming onto this board was like absolutely eye-opening and very different compared to other boards that I sit on. And even previously from my experiences in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I was really surprised that board leadership is only make up of 2 people, whereas like what I'm used to, like Albuquerque Public School District, it comprises of president, vice president, and secretary, similar to other board demographics. Like I am the treasurer of the Chariots Board. However, I am also thinking with the changing demographics of this board in mind. I mean, a lot of us have full-time jobs, and I think that it would be beneficial for folks to be able to share the burden a little bit more of leadership. And that's what I'm thinking more is like in the future, how would this look having more folks that are currently in like active workforce, and how they would be able to balance having full-time jobs, having families, and running the board. I also think that it would be very beneficial in terms of doing a little bit of that training of how it is to run a meeting. I really appreciate the comment of having Mr. Dacopoulos like teach us how to run a board meeting. But I think too, it's a little bit more of hands-on experience to be able to pass down in that kind of structure of having the chair, vice chair, and then the second vice chair. That was just kind of my thoughts and hopes behind it as well when I saw this come across. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Guzman Ortiz.
Thank you. Lots of my thoughts have been shared, but I'll kind of just be brief. I've had a lot of kind of thoughts about it too and circling, and I think I can see like the pros and cons on it. Definitely second, you know, in Director Presi's comments on like the fact that many of us are full-time like parents and have full-time jobs, and this is a volunteer position, and so wanting to do keep up with the responsibilities of this role while also having a life outside, and how do we share that burden. I think for me the hesitancy comes in not quite sure that this would accomplish the goal of necessarily like increasing communication or collaboration, which I think are 2 very important pieces that have continued to be brought up, and that I think all of us are invested in continuing to work. And so I'd love for us to be very intentional in how we approach collaboration and communication across the board, and that we don't rely solely on this change in policy governance. And that this, and when I heard Dr. Chandragiri's comment about top heavy, that's kind of where my mind goes, right? Like, does it become top heavy when you have 3 out of 4, right? Like we can't do 4 because then you have a quorum, like, but you'd have 3 out of 4 folks in leadership. And I think my concern is that we would have missed opportunities to bring other folks with skills, with passion, with knowledge into those conversations because, we have this 3rd position to like rely on consistently. But I'm open to staying in conversation, and I appreciated Dr. Mr. Dacopoulos' comments about like the defining the roles, because that was the other piece that was missing for me. Like, what does this role, what does this position really intend to do? Like, what are those specific roles? I think that would be helpful also to flesh out.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback as well. Director Hine?
Yeah, when I ran for school board in 2015, I had to look at my family and my situation and determine, do I have the time to do this and give it what it deserves? And, you don't really understand. My favorite saying is you don't know what you don't know until you know it, because you don't really know what it's like until you're on it. And I would caution anybody that wants to run in the future to understand that it probably is very hard to have a full-time job and a family. and to be able to devote the time that you might need to at times. I mean, for me, it's kind of like sometimes we had to devote more time than others. When I first got on the board, there were a lot of events that we went to. I went to a lot of events with Christy and lots of different things, and it took a lot of time, but you know, it was part of the job for me. So, you know, it isn't an easy job, and it does take time. And I guess it just depends on where that fits in the rest of your life. I also am really thankful that Danielle brought up the agenda planning. I think this is a real problem because you're not going to want to exclude one of your leaders from your agenda planning. That's not good. And yet you don't want to exclude the rest of the board because that's their opportunity to communicate, you know, and have kind of more of a one-on-one with leadership and district, you know, the superintendent, you know, and her people. And I just don't think it's going to be very good. You're not going to be able to have an agenda planning the way we do now. We won't be able to participate, and I don't think that's good.
Thank you, everybody, for that feedback. Some good points taken, and definitely some work needs to be drawn into this. However, I do feel that adding a third leadership position to this board to create a pathway of leadership, it can be very effective in uniting board, not just across messaging and communication, but tasks, advocation, building skills, as you all have mentioned, a couple of you have mentioned. Yeah, this job is a second time job, and I've been able to do and give my priority as much as I can to this board, taking lunches during my work hours, evenings, whatnot. It's not about not being able to do this as comments that we've heard. And thank you, Director Hyan, for saying to really consider, there's a lot of work because we don't know what we don't know. And yeah, I've been learning trial by fire. And you know, to this point, there's no one else to blame for the lack of learning curve, or but myself. But it's been heated times. It's been hard times for everybody, and it's just fire after fire. I don't think the right opportunity has been able to provide itself. It's not because we don't want to try. I think it's because it just has not been able to be there. So hopefully we do get that leadership role, and we do all get on the same path, and instead of everybody going out like different spider webs and everybody in different factions, which appears to be. And so, you know, learning upon other mentors from other school board chairs and from other districts that do have a second vice chair to come support the board leadership is really where this idea was born out of. And I believe it's going to be really effective. It's effective for them. So I know it could be definitely effective for us as a second largest school district to be able to incorporate this type of position. And it's not the end be all of board leadership. Those details can, during agenda planning, those details can be worked out, and we can continue to rotate and have those discussions and keep everybody in the loop and participating in the agenda planning. So that's the way I feel about it. So there's definitely some things that we'll work on and add on, and good thing this is only a first reading to take in everybody's input. Director Bethel.
Thank you, Chair Avila. I'm challenged by your approach to this. I think it doesn't provide unity or collaboration amongst the board by bringing it here and then kind of pushing it forward as quickly as I see you doing it. And so I'd like to suggest that you slow this down, no different than the proclamation that you wanted to slow down earlier tonight, to have kind of a longer look in conversation on getting it right. This is something different than a proclamation. This is actually real work of this board that really impacts the direction of the boardroom, and all the things. It's not to be taken lightly. And I said earlier, I don't know that I do or don't support it because I would like to see the work invested in it. And I think it deserves that. And this board and our community deserves us to do that. So I'd like to offer a suggestion to bring this to the board retreat so we can have a conversation. And I hope that we can have that retreat in person because it's just our retreat with our team, and be able to work together in collaboration in a space on all the suggestions that you're going to bring forward to that retreat, specifically with this topic. If you are that passionate about it and you feel that it's that important, I think putting the work in together in a space with all of us where we can dialogue together outside of email, where I think we can't hear each other's different perspectives, helps us evolve together and may get us where you want to end up in the long run. But right now, I feel like you're trying to pigeonhole us into something that works for you because you're new to this board. And I find that to be disrespectful to those of us that have been here and the work that we have put in, whether you supported our positions or not, to the work we have been doing for years and the relationships that we built and the progress that we have made. I think that needs to be reviewed and honored and allowed to come forward in this conversation. So I hope that we can bring it to the retreat.
Thank you. It's no disrespect. It's no, just for me, it's the growth and development of other fellow board members as well. So Director Chandagiri.
Thank you very much. My suggestion would be, why don't we wait till we have our retreat where each one of us can get to understand each other and what are the real spark that made us run for the school board, and that way what is our core values, etc. Because to me that would really help us help board leadership. And also if you're talking about the next layer of leadership building, I really want to make it very clear to you and the community that I really want our board to succeed, because if we succeed, our children succeed. Simple as that. So there is no second thought in my mind. So what if we just wait till we have a retreat? That'll give us a good chance. It helped us when we understood from each 7 of us what really drove them, what was the core thing that made them run for office, not what you hear outside, not the sound waves that goes on, but to understand each other. And once you understand each other, board leadership between the two of you, you can set the vision, because that is where I really think would help. If somebody wants to sign up for the second vice chair, they would want to know what the vision is, what the direction we should be moving, not just day-to-day operation. Then we can really start saying, okay, this is the vision I would like to align with, and I would like to put my name in the hat for the second vice chair. Because once you as a leaders set the vision, then we can all kind of bring our best and help kind of push the car in the same direction. That's what I would think. So my sense would be right now, if somebody wants to be a vice chair, what is it that they are signing up for? What is the vision they are signing up for? I'm not entirely clear. On what basis will they be selected by the board chair? I'm not entirely clear. Is it an election that will allow the remaining half? Would that give them an unfair advantage to become the chair and vice chair in an election next year? There are all open questions. So my sense would be, we can accomplish what you're hoping to accomplish without kind of creating these kind of issues. And because that's what I'm hoping. What if we delay it till the retreat is over? Anyway, in February, you're planning to have the retreat. And then we can all align ourselves around your vision. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just see a lot of potential of growth and adjusting how we are as a district, and demographics have changed this district completely, from the students that we serve to the administrators, to the educators and staff that are in this. And I feel that we also need to adjust and grow as well. So all these points are well taken. I really appreciate everybody's consideration. Board leadership will take it under advisement. I will continue to as well consult with some fellow board chair mentors, and we'll move forward. So thank you all very much for that. Okay, so moving on, it is 10 o'clock. How's everybody feeling? Tired, yes, as well. Well, what do we have going on here, Superintendent Perry, for the last number 8 and 9?
Yeah, I could probably just do a quick walkthrough of these because they're all standard reports and for your information only. So I'll do a quick highlight. I also want to do a huge shout out to both our ASL interpreters and our translators for hanging in for the length of the meeting. So A is a financial audit of the SIA funds, part of the requirement through ODE. Our funds have been audited through our auditors, and our comprehensive annual review is posted on our website. B is the quarterly data report related to the information that we agreed to provide. C just is a very cursory launch, a signal to the public of the superintendent evaluation process. I know that board leadership is working with Mr. Dikopoulos around the evaluation process. Then we have the board meeting schedule, and then finally the budget committee appointment schedules, which I highlighted in my superintendent's report. So that's my quick flyover. If you want to open it up for questions or comments.
Quick questions. Seeing none. Oh, Director Chandiguri.
Chair Avila, thank you very much. And thank you very much for that quarterly report on safety and discipline. You know, one of the things that we discussed last year is I would ask our community and our board directors not to react with each spike or little bit like blip in the data, but to start taking a look at the trends, and so that we can all work together. And hopefully at some stage, we can, once all this COVID Omicron stuff settles down, we can hopefully have a work session and kind of drill down and look at the trend, and then start asking what are some of the meaningful steps we can take so that we can have a better outcome and close down the disparity. That's the only thought that came to my mind when essentially what we discussed until June of last year, almost. So that's what I'm saying, not to react with each of those numbers, but to kind of take a look for the trend and bring the questions that Superintendent Perry, hopefully we can have a drill down work session on trying to understand it a little bit more and educate us. What are some of the steps we can take to make some meaningful changes? So with that, I want to appreciate the hard work you put in to bring this data. So thank you very much. Without safety, you can't have learning, as simple as that. So this is very meaningful.
Thank you very much for that, Director Chandiguri. Okay, moving on to agenda number 9, board reports. Board members, please report on activities since the last board meeting. If you had any related to any of the committees that you've been assigned to. Director Bethel, and then Director Hyan.
I don't have anything to report on as far as committees that I can think of. But I did want to just add to just a reminder to the community. Superintendent Perry talked about kind of the challenges that we're facing around transportation. And earlier in the year, parents were prompted if they had the availability and ability to transport their own kids to opt out of transportation, so busing of schools of kids. And in a conversation with her earlier today, that option is still available to parents. I think I was talking to somebody recently whose kids on my street, we are eligible for busing, and we opted our children out. They didn't know that was an option, or that they should do that to kind of help alleviate the task of who should be bused. And so I just wanted to say that if you're driving your kids right now and they're on a bus route, it would be really helpful to our transportation department if you would notify them, the transportation system, that you're not utilizing that busing service, so that way they can really try to reach the kiddos that do need those buses, those bus seats, and can help alleviate some of that pressure.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Director Hyatt?
Yeah, I just wanted to share with you, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, that you are not alone. I've been on the board since 2015, and I have served as board chair. And Satya and Danielle have been on since 2019 and have served as a chair and a vice chair. You have resources that are available to you. You just reach out, and I can always share my experience with what happened in a similar situation or whatever, and then you can take that information and use it or not. But you do have a lot of experience here on this Zoom call that you could take advantage of if you wanted to.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Director Chandra?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say Happy New Year to all of you. Now, having said that, I really appreciate Superintendent Perry's guest opinion on bringing everybody together. I think that was very important. Thank you, Superintendent Perry, for writing that guest opinion. I sent you a little email as well. I think it was really important. And let's be kind towards each other and towards ourselves. There is serious problem with this COVID. It's a very rapidly spreading. So please be safe. Take all the steps that you can. And this is a time for us to just make sure we are safe, we are healthy, let's be kind. We'll get through this. And for that, we'll all have to work together. We will work together and we'll get through this. Individually, I may not have answers, but collectively, we'll find a way to figure it out, just like what we did when the schools shut down and we reopened. So I heard a lot of distress and fear in the public comment. I just want to say that together we can get through this, and we should get through this for the sake of our children. So be there, be hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands up, I'll just say that I did attend a wrestling match, West Salem High School with Sprague. Congratulations to all the winners, and I really appreciate the participants masking and the kids can engage in this activity. My son is a wrestler himself, and just want to continue to encourage the district to continue to abide by mandates as needed. I know that's a stressful situation. I do ask for patience. And like Director Trindagiri is saying, our teachers, our educators are doing a hell of a job, excuse my language, but a heck of a job. And they need all of our support from the community, regardless of how it might impact our own families and individually. We want to keep everybody alive. One life lost is one life lost too many. And I hope that we can all agree that we want to keep kids in school. And the best way to do it is, like I said, it takes a village to raise a child, and we need everybody in this community to support the district at this time, and continue to implementing the right strategies to keep those kids learning as well as they can. So thank you. Director Guzman-Ortiz.
Thank you. Just want to quickly share, I was at the SIA meeting yesterday, which is probably my favorite place to be on a Monday afternoon. It's just a beautiful group of folks and, amazing perspectives. Superintendent Perry came yesterday with the very complex question and of this is the situation and how Omicron, the pandemic is still impacting us, and just wanted to hear from them. And, we did breakout groups, and that was it was too short. It was too short of a conversation, but it was very rich. And I think it was beautiful to just know that there is no one right answer, but that there are things that are priority for some community members, right, and families. And so how can we elevate that? So I really, really appreciated Superintendent Perry, you coming to the group and just laying it on the table and being very receptive to what folks had to share. And honestly, just want to give huge gratitude to all of you who are in the classroom, to all of our educators and administrators who are filling in. I know it's very, very difficult. And I'm, look, we just need to keep coming together and working through. I hope that this next month, as we expect cases to rise, we just get through it and then gather and continue to move forward to wrap up the end of the year, right? And I am eager for the summer when all of our educators can hopefully unwind and get some rest and recharge. I can't be here soon enough is how I feel at this point for all of you. So thank you.
Director Carson Cunningham.
Thank you, Chair Avila. I just wanted to report out that I did have the opportunity, thanks to Superintendent Perry, to tour around McKay and see all of the amazing upgrades. I know a number of us on the board have already gotten to do that tour, but I got to do it over the holidays and see the stunning library and just see all the amazing things that have been added. It was really impressive. And I also just want to pile on to say thank you to the whole district, to congratulate Bob for your new opportunity. We're so excited to have you, and just so much gratitude to our teachers and support professionals.
Yeah, thank you everybody as well. And with that, it's 10:15. I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you everybody and have a good evening.
For more videos and information, go to capitalcommunitymedia.org and follow us on social media.